Sox return home to Fenway Park today in acknowledgement of their recent play, including the sweep of Cleveland over the weekend. Time now for the Detroit starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. The Tigers have the DH Luis Polonia leading off. Batting second and doing the catching, Brad Ausmus. The number 3 hitter is second baseman Damian Easley. The cleanup hitter, right fielder Bobby Higginson. Veteran third baseman Dean Palmer hits 5th. Rookie center fielder Gabe Kapler is the number 6 hitter. Juan Encarnacion, red hot, hitting .370 over the last 14 games, is in left field today. Frank Catalanato is the first baseman with Tony Clark on the disabled list. And the shortstop Davy Cruz will bat 9th.
Red Sox are 5th in the league in defense, 31 errors in their 49 games. It'll be John Ballantyne at third base, Nomar Garciaparra the shortstop, Jose Offerman at second, and Mike Stanley at first. Left to right, Troy O'Leary, Darren Lewis, and Trot Nixon. Creighton Gubana gets to start behind the plate, and on the mound, right-hander Mark Portugal. This will be start number 10. The record of 3-3, 4.59 ERA. Opponent's only hitting .234 off Portugal. That is 6th best in the American League, and he is currently trying to stop a 2-game losing streak. The last 2 starts coming against the New York Yankees. He's also 0-1, but pitched a terrific game early this season against the Tigers. Brad Ausmus hit a home run off him in what probably the quickest game of the year.
An under 2-hour ball game at Tiger Stadium. Jimmy Williams perhaps now just starting to be appreciated by the Red Sox fans, the local media. The Red Sox continue to win as a surprise to many. He is starting to get the credit that he deserves for the job that he does running the ball club. Here's Luis Polonia leading off for the Tigers. He's just joined Detroit, playing in his 5th game. He's hitting .412, 7 for 17. Swings at the first one and hits it right in the air at Garciaparra. Battling the sun, he never saw the ball. And Polonia is at second base. Well, that's strange. He had the glove up, but it didn't look like he was having trouble picking it up. No sunglasses out there for Nomar. And Polonia winds up at second base on an error by Garciaparra.
It is strange that Nomar would take the field right now without the sunglasses on. Didn't see the baseball at all, and Polonia, to his credit, was hustling all the way and got into second base.
Well, an ominous start to this one. Looked like it'd be one pitch and a routine out. Instead, a man at second. With nobody out, Polonia, a speedy base runner. And there's another chance for Nomar, and he bobbles it for a moment and throws out Brad Ausmus without Polonia advancing. Well, there's the first out. Ausmus out on the grounder to short. Well, that's a rarity for Garciaparra. His second error in as many days. Heading into yesterday's game, he'd made just 3 errors all year.
Seems awful tough to give him an error on a ball that you can't see. Usually those drop in and they give him base hits.
Damian Easley takes strike 1. "91 degrees at game time. By the way, the warmest day for a Red Sox home game this year. And the breeze blowing out towards center field at 8 miles per hour. That pitch grazed Easley. He's aboard on a hit by pitch.
That's the 6th time this season that Damian Easley's been hit by a pitch. He is 3rd in the league in that category. Portugal trying to come inside, just gets a piece of the uniform of Damian Easley, and now a first and second situation with 1 out.
And they'll hope to get out of the inning with a double play ball off the bat of Bobby Higginson, who takes ball 1 down and in. Higginson hitting .250, 7 homers, 25 runs batted in. Ball inside. Higginson, the tough man to double up. He's been up 180 times this year without grounding into a double play. That's the highest total in the league.
Now, when you see those kind of numbers, it's either a guy that hits a lot of fly balls or a guy that has tremendous speed. I would consider Higginson pretty much a fly ball type hitter.
Higginson's one home run away for 100 in his career. Patient hitter, leads the Tigers in walks. He's walked 30 times, 10 more than any other Tiger. He rams one foul. The seats in right, any of those seats that are in the sunshine today, those folks are going to be a little warm and toasty.
Bring that tanning lotion to the ballpark today. Folks out in the bleachers.
And there is not a cloud in the sky overhead. Weather has been terrific here in the hub for this holiday weekend. We hope you've had a great weekend. The Red Sox certainly have, and they're trying to continue their role against the Tigers. 2-2 to Higginson. Hit in the air and well hit to left. That ball is off the top of the wall. Polonia around to score. And it's a single for Higginson, even though the throw went to Garciaparra near the third base bag. He stopped after rounding first. So the missed pop-up really hurts as Polonia scores. And Portugal's experiencing a tough time here in the first inning.
Well, we talked about him being a fly ball hitter, and it's really the case here. He takes that outside fastball. That breeze blowing out pretty strong right now toward the left field wall. And he won't miss a home run by very much. O'Leary comes up firing into third base, and for some reason Higginson just stopped at first, so that leaves a double play in order.
And they'll hope to get that off the bat of Dean Palmer. Swing and a miss. And that's a regular occurrence for Palmer, who's fanned 45 times this year. He's hitting .263, 10 homers to lead their team, 26 runs batted in. He's tied for fourth in the league in strikeouts with 45. He's also grounded into 5 double plays. Portugal left one high. Perhaps Fortson and Palmer didn't swing at that one. Higginson at first. Easily at third. 1 run in. Still just 1 out. Higginson has 3 stolen bases. He's been thrown out 4 times trying to steal. Big hole on the right side of the infield for Palmer, with Stanley holding the runner and Hoffman playing up the middle. Off-speed pitch. Palmer out the head of it.
Good changeup that time by Portugal. There you see the strikeout numbers. Delgado leading the league. Canseco, Troy Glass of Anaheim, then Dean Palmer and Cruz.
Looked like it was going to be an easy inning for Portugal. It turned out to be anything but. Palmer had his best game as a Tiger. This is his first season with Detroit. He had his best game for the Tigers against the Red Sox. Got out to a very slow start, but then hit 2 homers and drove in 5 runs against the Sox on April 21st at Tiger Stadium. 1-2 pitch. Line to left. O'Leary over to make the catch. In to score easily. And the Tigers lead 2-0. Palmer drives in his 27th run of the year.
Yeah, that'll tie him with Damian Easley in RBIs on this ball club. Palmer again, another fly ball hitter. Not much of a threat for the double play. And hit that ball hard right at Troy O'Leary, but good enough for the sack.
These will be unearned runs charged to Portugal. And here's the rookie Gabe Kapler, hitting .265 in 30 games since coming up from the minors. 5 homers, 15 runs batted in.
We've been hearing an awful lot about Gabe Kapler. He's the reason they were able to trade Brian Hunter over to Seattle.
He was actually on their team out of spring training only for a few days, sent down to their AAA team in Toledo on April 13th. Then called back up when they moved Hunter to Seattle. He's already had an 11-game hitting streak this season. He was the minor league player of the year last year, selected by USA Today, considered one of the top prospects in baseball. Up there with a count of 1-0. He takes a strike, 1-1. Strike on the corner. 1-2 on the 23-year-old rookie Kapler. Mentioned he was the minor league player of the year last year. As selected by USA Today, he spent almost all of last season with their Double-A team in Jacksonville, Florida. He had .322 with 28 homers and 146 runs batted in. He was the MVP of the Southern League.
That's only what, about 120 games they
played?
Played
139 games. And then he came up to Detroit in September as a September call-up. Got into 7 ball games with Detroit. Just 23 years old. Southern Californian. Higginson is running. The pitch is a ball. The throw from Gubanek is a good one. And Higginson is out. Caught stealing to end the inning. 2 unearned runs for Detroit in the first as a result of the Garcia-Parra error. After half inning, the Tigers 2. And the Red Sox coming up. Nomar Garcia-Parra, 7 for 18 with 5 homers on the road trip to New York and Cleveland, is the shortstop and cleanup hitter. Troy O'Leary in left field. Mike Stanley is the first baseman. A rare start for Creighton Gubanek behind the plate. He'll hit 7th. Just ahead of Darren Lewis, the center fielder, with the right fielder Trot Nixon batting 9th.
Tigers have been the best defensive team in the American League. 27 errors in their 50 games. It'll be Dean Palmer at third base. Davy Cruz, the shortstop. Damian Easley at second, and Frank Catalanato, the first baseman. Left to right, Juan Encarnacion, Gabe Kapler, and Bobby Higginson. Brad Ausmus behind the plate, and on the mound, Bryce Florie. Florie started the year on the Sable list. He had a bad elbow, and then after that he started a game for the Detroit Tigers, won that one, and since that time every game has been out of the bullpen. The longest outed he's gone since back in early May is 2 innings. You see his last appearance out of the bullpen, that was against Chicago.
Jose Offerman leads off, takes a fastball for a strike. Offerman batting .320. He takes a ball low. The average has been dropping a bit lately. A homer and 21 runs batted in. Jose was just 5 for 24 on the road trip. One reason why his average has been dipping. He's fallen out of the top 10 in the American League. He has been thriving at Fenway all season long. Hitting .359 at home. And you can add to that. That's a ball trying to get into the gap in left center, but Kapler's over quickly to cut it off. And Offerman has a leadoff single.
Well, sometimes it's nice to get back home, and that's certainly the case for Jose Offerman. Some struggles on the road trip, but got that 2-1 fastball, takes it to the opposite field for the leadoff base hit. Florie will feature the sinker, the slider, and the changeup.
Offerman at first for Valentin, who takes a ball down and in. John's hitting .269, 5 homers, 35 runs batted in. For a couple of days he was in the top 10 in the league in runs batted in. He's fallen just out of it now. 38 runs batted in, good for 10th place. The strike, evening the count at 1-1. Well, it's a shock to our system when you're used to the 70, 75 degrees we've been seeing for most of the last month or so. Then you come out, it's 91. Does it hit the players that way too, do you think?
Yeah, I think so, Sean, especially bouncing back third day game in a row. You know, you have a travel day yesterday. I was surprised. I was watching the news last night, and I expected kind of the same weather we had in Cleveland. All of a sudden, 90 for today. I said, Not that humid, though, so still fairly comfortable to play in.
Well, we mentioned Valentin traditionally struggles in April. That was the case again this season. He has picked it up in May. On this, the last day of May, hitting .327 for the month. Behind in the count here, 1-2. He waits as Offerman draws a throw. Offerman with 9 steals, the team leader. He's been thrown out 5 times. Florie throws over there again. Bryce Florie, 29-year-old veteran, native of South Carolina. And he has strike 3 on the inside corner. Valentin checked his swing, and then he just stared in disbelief at Chuck Merriweather. That's the first out of the inning.
I don't think that's exactly where Florie wanted to make this pitch. He wanted to go away from Valentin with the breaking ball. Instead, it stayed inside, and apparently caught the inside corner, according to Chuck Merriweather. Valentin just kind of stares down Merriweather on his way back to the dugout. I guess you can't get thrown out for doing that. If you don't say anything. A look of disbelief.
Brian Daubach took a ball outside. 313 for Daubach, 3 homers, 12 runs batted in. That's reminiscent though of the old Jim Valvano line, the NC State basketball coach, who asked a referee one time, "Can you throw me out for what I'm thinking?" And the guy said no. He said, "Well, good. I think you, something, whatever, fill in your own." I think you're not very good. Florie again to first.
Had one like that here early in my career with Dick Williams managing the Angels, and he came out to the mound. He was arguing with the umpire, and the umpire told him, "If you open your mouth one more time, you're out of here." So all Dick did was just open his mouth. He didn't say anything, and he threw him out.
Swing and a miss by Daubach. Bryant's put together a 5-game hitting streak. Interesting that he's back in there today. We mentioned some days it's been 2 days for Daubach, then 2 for Jefferson. But Daubach played in the first 2 games in Cleveland. Jefferson just yesterday's game, and here's Daubach back in there. He's been hot. Why not ride the hot horse?
Yep, 5-game hitting streak going. 7 for 17 on that road trip.
Florie's been around. He's in his 2nd year in the Tiger organization. He's also been in San Diego's system. Milwaukee Brewers. Pitched from the big leagues for both the Padres and the Brewers. From Goose Creek, South Carolina. Last year used mostly out of the bullpen by Buddy Bell and Larry Parrish. The throw gets away from Catalanato, goes over by the tarp. Offerman at least to second base, and he'll stop there as Catalanato runs it right back in. Now the Red Sox have a runner in scoring position. Each team has made an error here in the first. That one charged the pitcher, Bryce Florie.
A lot of attention being paid there to Jose Offerman, and you see not much movement at all from Catalanato as he tried to make that catch. He just stayed in position, tried to reach for it, gets by him, and now Offerman in scoring position.
With 1 out, and Daubach still waiting for the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 on the outside corner. One of the criticisms of Chuck Meriwether as an umpire that you hear often is that he's reluctant to call third strikes. That has not been the case so far with Valentin and Bobach on close pitches.
Backdoor breaking ball that time, outside corner. Little movement from the glove of Osmus, so maybe he stole that call from Meriwether. Yeah, he's got a pretty wide strike zone so far in this game.
Big hand for Garcia-Parra. Knowing how Nomar is, you know he'd like to do something right here to atone for that error that led to 2 runs in the top of the inning. The Tigers lead 2-0, bottom of the first. Garcia-Parra, 4 homers in 3 games in Cleveland, takes a strike over the inner third. Nomar now hitting .335. He's zoomed up into the top 10 in the American League in hitting. He's 7th. All 10 of his home runs here in the month of May. Leads the league in that category. Homers this month. He has 40 runs batted in. He's 7th in the league in that category. And he's made up some ground because he started slowly in terms of the homers and runs batted in. Trying to drive in Offerman from second with 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch. Line drive to center. Sinking fast in for a hit. Played by Kapler. His throw is cut off, and it's 2-1. Well, teams continue to pitch to Nomar in situations where he can do damage, and sooner or later they're going to learn it's not a good idea.
Yeah, they continue to do it. It happened all weekend in Cleveland. It happens right here in the first inning, and Garcia-Parra is making him pay for it. Tried that breaking ball, didn't get it far enough outside. It stayed up about belt high, and Nomar with a hard line drive to center field, and now make it a 2-1 ball game. Piling up those RBI. 41 now for Garcia-Parra.
He takes off on the first pitch to O'Leary, and Nomar has the stolen base. His 6th of the year, his 2nd in as many games. And he's in scoring position as the tying run.
Now, you said it right, Sean. He wants to atone for not making a play on that pop-up. He drives in the run very quickly, gets himself in the scoring position. And now with a little help from O'Leary, they will tie the ball game up. Almost slid past the bag, but is able to reach back and grab it with the hand.
The pitch to O'Leary was a strike. Now Troy lashes one foul into the luxury boxes on the left. O'Leary had a good road trip. He was 7 for 21, hit .333 on the trip. His season average up to .285. The home run pace has slowed down though for Troy. He's due to hit one. Hasn't hit one since May 10th, 3 weeks ago. That was against Seattle. Two to 1 Detroit. Each team has made a costly error here in the first. O'Leary pulls one down by the ground crew area. It seemed like every day in Cleveland, Mike Hargrove had to answer the same questions from the media. Why'd you pitch to Garcia-Parra? Why'd you pitch to Nomar? Pulled weakly down to first. Catalanato feeds Florie for the out that ends the inning. The Red Sox were on the board with 1 run on 2 hits and the error by the pitcher Florie. After 1, Detroit 2, Boston 1. Place team. Nomar Garcia-Parra made an error that led to 2 unearned runs for Detroit, but then he drove in a Red Sox run, which was also unearned as a result of the Bryce Florie error. So all the runs in this game, all 3 runs in the first inning, unearned. Kapler's back at the plate. He was there when Higginson was thrown out trying to steal, ending the first. Kapler, Encarnacion, and Catalanato coming up. Portugal upset as the count goes to 2-0. There's a borderline strike at the belt. And like the Cleveland Indians a few years ago, the Tigers, led by Larry Parrish, trying to put together a good young team as they head into their new ballpark next April. Comerica Park on schedule to open in April of 2000. Kapler hits one high in the air and deep to left. Way back and gone. Home run number 6 for Gabe Kapler. And the Tigers lead 3-1.
Well, Kapler got a chance to see a lot of pitches from Portugal. He was up at the plate in the first inning when the runner was thrown out at second base. Comes back out. 2-1 count, and Kapler puts it up in the screen for the home run. His 6th and the 8th that Portugal has allowed. That's the most on the Red Sox staff.
Now Juan Encarnacion, another talented young player, hitting .287, 4 homers, 22 runs batted in. And he returned to action yesterday after missing 4 games with a hip pointer on his right side. Injury he suffered while sliding into third base in a game on May 25th. Returned yesterday and had a 13-game hitting streak snapped. He's been a much better hitter on the road away from Tiger Stadium. Comerica Park's going to open next April. Features an open-air design and nearly unobstructed view of the beautiful downtown Detroit skyline. It's going to seat 40,000. They hope to have the nucleus of a good young team in place when they move in there. It seems that they do. Troy O'Leary makes the catch. 1 out here in the second.
It's some fine young pitching on this club. We're going to see a few of those guys in this series. Jeff Weaver tomorrow and Justin Thompson in game 3 of this series.
They seem to be the young nucleus of the starting staff that they're still trying to improve. There's Frank Catalanato, the first baseman, in the absence of Tony Clark. Clark's on the disabled list with a right clavicular joint sprain. You're going to get out your charts and skeletons later and explain.
I would put that in the category of his shoulder problem.
Once again, you have the ability to get right to the heart of the matter. Injury suffered not long after Clark was hit in the head last weekend by a pitch from Jarrett Wright. Catalanato just got a piece of that 0-2 pitch and rolled it foul. Catalanato, not really a first baseman, but playing there today in the absence of Clark. Pulled to right field, a base hit. An 0-2 pitch taken into right just over the head of Jose Offerman. Catalanato has the 3rd Detroit hit.
Well, certainly a different approach for the Tigers in this game against Portugal in that first outing at Tiger Stadium. That's a changeup on the 0-2 count. It was a one-handed swing by Frank Catalanato. And he's able to drop the base in with the head of Jose Offerman.
There's the number 9 hitter, Davy Cruz, the shortstop. He looked at strike 1. He's a .236 hitter, known as a glove man. In 45 games, no homers and just 4 runs batted in.
And doesn't walk very much. 2 walks and 14 strikeouts.
And he has an on-base percentage of just .252. That is very, very low. He waits as Catalanato draws a throw. 2 stolen bases for Frank. He's been thrown out 3 times. The Tigers lead 3-1. Outside. 1-1 on Cruz. Catalanato runs the chopper back to Portugal, and he hurt himself. He hurt himself. Fielded it, and then he just couldn't make a play. It was as if he was frozen in time. And Joe Kerrigan, Jimmy Williams, and Jim Rowe all quickly out to take a look at Portugal. He's had a number of injury problems over the years. You can see right through his uniform pants the big knee brace that he wears on the right knee, but this looks like more of an arm problem the way he's flexing out there.
Yeah, he started right away to shake that left shoulder and the left arm. You have to wonder if something with the shoulder, not his throwing arm, but in the forearm, the elbow area he's holding right now.
Well, he reached up awkwardly with that left arm, the glove hand, trying to field that hopper. I wonder if he hurt his shoulder somehow.
No, that was really strange shot. You know, we saw the Tony Saunders down in Tampa Bay break his arm on a pitch. But this is the glove hand of Mark Portugal. One more look as he'll jump up to try to make this play. And as soon as he came down, pain somewhere, either in that shoulder or elbow.
Yeah, definitely his left arm. See him holding that left arm straight down and then grabbing at it with his right hand.
It's like it cramped up on him.
Yeah, almost there, like he's trying to put his shoulder back in the socket or something. Sometimes people have those shoulders that go in and out. See that a lot in football and hockey.
The designated hitter, Luis Polonia.
It's the first thing you think about, though, when he landed that way. You think about that knee. But obviously not the case. And looks like
with that move there, he was pulling his shoulder back into place.
Just wiggled it right back in.
So it's a hit for Cruz. Not much going Portugal's way here early. And here's Luis Polonia, who set the tone for the day. The first pitch of the ball game, he popped up. And Nomar Garcia-Parra lost in the sun. Polonia wound up at second and wound up scoring the first of the 2 unearned runs last inning. There's a fastball in the inside corner for a strike. Polonia just called up from the Tigers AAA team in Toledo on Wednesday.
Played in
when Tony Clark went on the DL.
I was wondering where he was. He played in Mexico last year.
Yeah, he tied for the batting title in Mexico. Actually was there the last 2 seasons, playing with the Mexico City Club in the Mexican League. Last year, 381 in Mexico while being under contract with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays at the time. Came up to Detroit from Toledo and 5 for 5 Thursday night as a leadoff hitter. A pop-up. And no chance for Grubonic or Stanley. Two men on and 1 out and a 2-run lead for Detroit here in the 3rd. Catalanado at second, Cruz at first. The 1-2 pitch, line, fair ball. Catalanado around to score. Cruz to third. On a double by Polonia, and Portugal's problems continue. There is stirring now in the Red Sox bullpen. 4-1 Detroit.
And Polonia usually an opposite field hitter, but this time he got a pitch that was down and in and just hit a hard line drive just inside that foul line on the first base side.
Number 12, the catcher.
Trying to work Polonia inside and down and in, and that time he just cleaned it out for the double. He's had some good success since being recalled here by the Tigers.
Action now in the Red Sox bullpen. Infield back with 2 men in scoring position and 1 out. The batter is Brad Ausmus, who grounded to short. There's Pat Rapp, who has just moved to the bullpen out of the starting rotation, although he's pitched well lately after a tough start to the season. With Saberhagen's return, they have a numbers problem. Rapp, the man, moved to the bullpen. Hit to short. Garcia-Parra looking at both runners. He actually had a play on Polonia coming between third and home. Or rather, they do have the play on Polonia. Was the man Cruz between third and home. They bypassed, and Polonia is tagged out, but a run scored. And both runners at second and third were frozen. I thought Nomar was going to try to make a play on the lead runner, but instead he went after the man closest to him, Polonia.
And then give Polonia credit for staying in that rundown long enough to get another man in scoring position. Right there, he takes a quick look but decided not to make the play. Now Polonia does an excellent job staying in this rundown for a long time. Once that throw went back to Offerman, now the base runner gets to go to second base. So they get the bonus, they get the run out of it, they give up an out, and they also get another man in scoring position.
Yeah, I don't understand why Nomar, with that play right in front of him, as you could see, wouldn't just chase after the runner between third and home.
There's been no rhyme or reason to this one so far.
No. So it's 5-1. Credit Osmus with an RBI in the fielder's choice. He winds up at second. They get Polonia in the rundown. Cruz scored. Easily the batter. 1-1 the count. Easley was grazed by a pitch last inning by Portugal and scored. He's the seventh batter of the second inning, and he pops it straight up. Gubonic battling the sun makes the catch, and that ends the inning. The Tigers get 3 more. It started with the home run by Kapler. 5-1 Detroit after an inning and a half. You're watching Red Sox baseball on the JCS New England Television Network. Red Sox on a roll lately, but not much has gone well for them so far today. They trail 5-1 as we go to the bottom of the second. Let's pause for station identification. You're watching Red Sox baseball on the JCS New England Television Network.
Roll your IDs. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
The first baseman, Mike.
Sean McDonough with Jerry Remy. Today's game produced by Pat Cavanaugh, directed by Bob Whitelaw. Here's Mike Stanley to lead off against Bryce Florie. Red Sox had 1 unearned run in the first. And Jerry, you get the feeling this could be a day where there are plenty of runs on a hot holiday afternoon at Fenway.
It could be. It's an excellent hitter's day here at Fenway.
Stanley takes a ball up and in. Mike at 301, 5 homers, 28 runs batted in. Creighton Gubonic on deck, and then Darren Lewis. Ball 2 up and in.
After 1-2, how long Florie can go in this ball game. As I mentioned, his last 8 appearances have been out of the bullpen, and his longest stint 2 innings.
He's pitched a total of 16 innings all season over 8 outings for the Tigers. His hat looks like it's gone 9 innings already. Off the end of the bat, chopped down by Dave Jouse, the first base coach.
Little rosin on top of that hat.
Broken bat, 1 hopper down to third. Dean Palmer throws out his good friend Stanley. And they were teammates with the Texas Rangers. Stanley on the plane coming back from Cleveland yesterday, talking about what a good guy Dean Palmer is. Real solid veteran player.
Creighton Gubonic.
Here's Creighton Gubonic. Appearing in his 5th game of the year. He's had 8 at-bats with 2 hits, including a memorable grand slam in Oakland. 1 strike, the count on Gubonic. He spent most of the season at Pawtucket, where he hit .302. I mentioned that memorable grand slam. It was May 3rd in Oakland off Jimmy Haynes. It was Gubonic's first major league hit. And this is the 4th player in major league history to have his first major league hit be a grand slam, the first since Orlando Mercado of Seattle back in 1982. I believe that was also the game, Jerry, where the Red Sox were ahead something like 7-0 and wound up losing the game to put the capper on that very tough road trip. Palmer throws him out. They went 2-5 against Minnesota and Oakland on that road trip, and it's really when they came home from that trip this hot streak started.
Yeah, that time right there looked like this is going to be a long season. You know, man, they're not playing that very well. They're not hitting, they're not pitching, and then they just completely turned it around and find themselves in first place by a half a game.
2 quick outs on a couple of bounding balls to the third baseman Palmer, and here is Darren Lewis hitting .264. A homer and 12 runs batted in. He goes after the first one, is trying to dump it in shallow left, and he will. He dropped right in front of Encarnacion. A bloop hit for Lewis.
Take them any way you can get them. They're not always line drives. That time breaking ball toward the end of the bat for Darren Lewis. He'll drop it in front of Encarnacion and just behind Davy Cruz. I don't see that very often in Fenway because left fielders can play very shallow, and very seldom will a pop-up drop in between the shortstop and the outfielder. But I notice Encarnacion playing very deep out there, too deep for Fenway Park.
So the Red Sox try to get something done with 2 outs as Trot Nixon stands in. He's been swinging a hot bat lately, .333 in the month of May. As a result, his season average up to .255, 2 homers, 10 runs batted in. He was 5 for 18 on the road trip, 2 for 4 yesterday in Cleveland. Ball low and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. April could not have been much worse for Nixon. He deserves a lot of credit. Made some changes in his swing and stance with the help of Jim Rice and Jimmy Williams. A lot of pressure on him. He has bounced back. Down and in again.
He hit the ball as hard the last couple of days as anybody in that Red Sox lineup against Cleveland. Just missed a home run with a line drive off the wall.
Bryce Florie is allowed 3 hits. That's just outside. 3-1 now with Offerman on deck. Lewis runs on the 3-1. It's ball 4 up and away. So the Red Sox have 2 men on with 2 outs, a bloop hit and a walk. The first surrendered by Florie. And a chance to do some damage against the right-hander here in the second, with the Red Sox already trailing 5-1. Jose Offerman scored the Red Sox run last inning. He singled to center. Went to second when Florie tried to pick him off and threw wildly to first for an error, and Garciaparra singled Offerman in. Taking all the way, it's a strike. Good speed on the bases with Lewis at second, Nixon at first. Strike 2 over the outer third.
Yeah, one thing about Bryce Florie, he'll be around that plate. He doesn't walk many guys, similar to Portugal.
The 0-2 pitch, grounded up the middle. Florie having a tough time finding it. That's a hit. And that one stung him a little bit. He's looking down at his right forearm. Catalanado in from first to make sure that Florie's okay. And now the Tigers manager Larry Parrish, along with the trainer, is going to come out and make sure that Florie's all right.
Tough day for pitches so far. Portugal the left side, but this time Florie gets hit right in that throwing arm. And you're right, it looked like right in the forearm area. Ball heading back through the middle by Offerman. Big hop. There, yeah, right there off the right forearm. Can't find it. By the time it comes down, Offerman's able to beat it. And that whole hand must have went numb for the Tiger pitcher. And this has been a crazy start to this game today.
Credit Offerman with his second hit. He's 2 for 2. Florie's going to make a couple throws now with the trainer Russ Miller and Larry Parrish looking on.
Now, this might be as good as it feels the rest of the afternoon. I would imagine that would tighten up on him as time goes on.
Put up his hands as if to say, I'm okay. Look, they want him to throw another one. And he's going to continue. That will not count as a trip to the mound for Larry Parrish. Portugal can relate. Well, the Red Sox now could tie it up with one swing. Here's John Valentin, who was called out on strikes last inning. Red Sox have loaded the bases here with 2 outs. Blue hit by Darren Lewis, a walk to Trot Nixon, the single by Offerman off the pitcher's arm. Now Valentin, who's already hit a grand slam this year against Toronto's Chris Carpenter here at Fenway on May 22nd. John took strike 1. 5-1 Detroit. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Florie trying to get out of the jam. The 0-1 pitch. Popped up, drifting out of play.
I think that thing is still hurting Florie, because after the first pitch he kind of flinched, and that time after making a pitch he's put his hands on his knees. I'd be surprised to see somebody get up and get loose in that bullpen very shortly. That's a reaction after the foul ball by Valentin. He just kind of go down, watch where it lands, and I think he's still having a problem with it.
He's ahead of Valentin, 0-2. Line drive to left, and Encarnacion makes the tumbling catch. That ball just wouldn't sink fast enough for Valentin, who got an 0-2 pitch. He could drive, but it's a line drive out. The Red Sox leave the bases loaded. After 2, 5-1 Detroit. Whoops, Florie still flexing that wrist. And he's obviously not fully recovered from the ball off the arm hit by Offerman. He did manage to get out of the inning without allowing a run. Portugal back out there with a count of 2-0 on the cleanup hitter Bobby Higginson, who bats first here in the 3rd. Portugal has labored through 2 innings, and that's a deep drive to right and way out of here. Bobby Higginson with career home run number 100. And the Bluebirds are out for Portugal as the Tigers take a 6-1 lead.
And right now, Bobby Higginson using the whole ballpark. He went off the wall, high off the wall to left field in his first at bat. This time he'll pull the fastball from Portugal and hit it in the right field seats.
Dean Palmer, the batter, 1 strike to count. He delivered a sacrifice fly to left to knock in a run in the first. He's in the hole here, 0-2. Palmer, then Kapler, and Encarnacion. And Portugal again today hurt by the home run ball. He's given up 2. 1 to Kapler, 1 to Higginson. He's given up 9 for the year. Staff high. Fastball just outside. So 100 major league homers now for Bobby Higginson. 8 this season. Check swing roller. Garcia Parra has to hurry. And he got Palmer running hard, but he's not a speed merchant. And that's the first out of the 3rd.
Little check swing on the curveball from Portugal, and a good hard charge put on by Garcia Parra. Close play. only because Dean Palmer hustling all the way down that line. Once again, Pat Wrap-Up in the Red Sox bullpen. There's Nomar with the off-balance flip to first base.
Gabe Kapler.
So here's Kapler, who homered into the screen and left last inning. He takes a ball high. There's a strike. Kapler, an avid weightlifter, promoter of physical fitness. He's appeared on the cover of several fitness and health magazines. He's quick to make the distinction that he's a weightlifter, not a bodybuilder. And he pops that one up in shallow right center. Offerman out, and makes a tough backhanded play.
Looked like Jose was looking for some help out there as he tracked down that pop-up. Turned around and realized I'm the only guy that can make a play on this, so he ended up making the play.
Number 34, the left fielder.
Turned around, and both Nixon and Lewis were very deep, so it became the responsibility of Jose Offerman to make the catch, and he made a nice one.
There's Juan Encarnacion. With 2 outs and the base is empty. 1 run in here in the third. The Tigers lead 6-1. Encarnacion fly to left his first time up. Low and away. Encarnacion, a rising star, just 23 years old, from the Dominican Republic. He made his mark last year when he came up from their AAA team, got into 40 games with the Tigers and hit .329, including 7 homers. Broken bat, the ball foul, the bat actually fair, the big part of it, down by where John Valentin ordinarily would stand.
Valentin chasing the ball in foul territory, and a good thing he got out of the way of the head of that bat. 3-0 green light by Encarnacion. Ball sounded like it was right toward the end of that bat, snapping it in half.
Now the 3-1 pitch to him with the new bat. Made solid contact with that bat, and Lewis makes the catch on the edge of the warning track. Another well-hit ball, and a fine defensive play by Lewis. 1 run in the third for Detroit on the home run by Higginson. We head to the bottom of the third at Fenway, 6-1 Detroit.
Eyes of a puppy.
1 lead. Come out to friendly Fenway and take part in some early summer fun when the Red Sox host the Minnesota Twins June 14th through the 17th. There's no better place to get ready for summer than a baseball game at Fenway. For tickets 24 hours a day, call 617-482-4SOX.
Over in the Tiger TV booth, standing on the right of your screen, there's Mark the Bird Fidrich. Brian Daubach rolls one on the right side and easily throws him out. 1 pitch and 1 out. He's stopping by to visit his friend Kirk Gibson, who is the color commentator, along with Josh Lewin on the Tiger telecast.
Well, if ever there was a picture that captured the imagination of a city for a short period of time, it was the Mark the Bird Fidrich in Detroit. It was unbelievable. They'd wait for him to come out for a curtain call after a game.
There's antics on the mound, talking to the ball. Nomar Garcia-Parra, the hitter. He takes the ball just low. Nomar singled to center to knock in the Red Sox run in the first. He stole second and was stranded. He'll be followed by Troy O'Leary against Bryce Florie. He's back out there, even though he was still flexing that arm that was struck by a comebacker from Offerman last inning. He jammed Garcia-Parra. Cruz, the shortstop, throws him out. 2 down.
Number 25, the left fielder, Troy O'Leary.
And that brings up Troy O'Leary, who grounded to the first baseman Catalanado with Florie covering to end the first. 6-1 Detroit in the third. Strike. What Gibson ever do? Did he have a career?
He had one shining moment, I think.
He certainly did.
He was a pretty good player, I'll tell you, and a rough player, tough, you know.
Yes.
I mean, wow. You could hear him coming at second base to break up that double play.
It's one of the moments when you list the dramatic moments in baseball history. His home run off Dennis Eckersley, one of the most dramatic. Coming right out of the trainer's room for the Dodgers to hit a home run off Eckersley in the World Series.
Affiliates next break is Network.
2-2.
We understand some of you are taking
Here's
video
Kirk
clips.
Gibson.
We're checking into that.
Kind of play with that football mentality. He was an outstanding football player at Michigan State.
4-3-2.
Still follows the Spartans avidly. He was down at the Final Four basketball when Michigan State was there in St. Petersburg in late March.
2-8-8-2-0.
In the air in center. And Kapler having trouble with the sun makes the catch. And on the edge of the warning track, the Red Sox go in order for the first time in the third. After 3, Detroit 6 and Boston 1.
The new Dodge wanted to take the sport utility concept to a higher level. Enter Durango. Its best-in-class power.
That was in the second, the first of 3 runs in that inning. And then in the third inning, the leadoff hitter Bobby Higginson took Portugal out to right for his 8th home run of the season and 100th of his career. Higginson also singled to drive in a run in the first, so he's knocked in 2 today, and Nomar Garcia-Parra knocked in the only Boston run with a single in the first. It's 6-1. The hits 6-4. Each team made a costly error in the first that led to unearned runs being scored. Mark Portugal given the hook after 3, and here's Pat Rapp in his first appearance out of the bullpen.
With Saberhagen healthy and back in the rotation, Pat Rapp moved to the bullpen. His first appearance out of the bullpen. Came up a nice start, though, against the Yankees last time. 5 2/3, 6 hits, and 2 earned runs.
Catalanado swings at his first pitch. Offerman throws him out. Frank Catalanado now 1 for 2. He singled and scored back in the second. Mark Portugal pitched 3 innings.
The shortstop,
And he allowed 6 runs, 4 earned on 6 hits, including 2 homers. He hit a batter. No walks or strikeouts for Portugal. He threw 54 pitches, 38 of them strikes. I think it was just that he had a tough outing, or wonder if maybe that shoulder problem seemed to crop up when he fielded that comebacker from Cruz in the second.
Could be a combination of both. He didn't certainly look as sharp as we've seen him in the past in the early going, and anytime you have any type of injury at all, that doesn't help.
Davy Cruz, the batter. He had that infield hit, a chopper back to the mound that Portugal reached up for awkwardly with his left arm, the glove hand, and it looked like he pulled his shoulder right out of the socket for a second. Garcia-Parra, nice play. That's 5 in a row retired by Red Sox pitchers. Portugal got the last 3 he faced and wrapped the first 2 on a couple of ground outs.
Watch this follow through by Garcia-Parra on the throw to first base. Again, that sidearm flip, and after he makes the throw, he just kind of a little skip toward the first base bag.
The designated hitter, Luis Polonia.
He can make throws from all different angles with that sidearm throw.
4-3-2.
He got a tricky hop there at the end and stayed with it. And there's Luis Polonia as usual. He's been a pest against the Red Sox. Glad to see he was in Mexico the last couple of years. He had a pop-up on the first pitch of the game that seems to have set the tone for this one. Garciaparra lost it in the sun. Offerman from downstairs. What a play! Offerman going up the middle. Backhanded it. Had to get rid of it immediately, so he threw submarine style across his body. It had enough on it to get Polonia, who runs very well. This is worth another look as we go to the break. 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers against Rapp, with plenty of help from the middle infielders. You're watching Red Sox baseball on the JCS New England Television Network. Red Sox down 6-1 as they come up in the fourth. Their nearest rivals in the American League East, the New York Yankees, are also down big early at the stadium against Cleveland. The Indians lead 7-1 in the bottom of the third. They've roughed up El Duque, Orlando Hernandez, Jim Thome a grand slam, and Manny Ramirez a 2-run homer. The Indians did not hit a home run in 3 games against the Red Sox over the weekend. They have 2 today and a 7-1 lead for Charlie Nagy. The rest of the action in the American League later on. Mike Stanley took a ball up and in from Bryce Florie. Stanley grounded to third. In the second, Creighton Gubonic, Darren Lewis to follow. Stanley pops that one up. Damian Easley in shallow right center. 1 out. That's 5 in a row retired by Florie. Minnesota's at Anaheim later today. LaTroy Hawkins just 1-7 will be on the mound for the Twins against Tim Belcher. He's 3-4. Baltimore at Seattle. Sidney Ponson and Jamie Moyer. Kansas City's at Texas. Suppan against Glenn. Tampa Bay is at Oakland. Witt against Haynes. Creighton Gubonic takes ball 1. He grounded to third his first time up. 6-1 Detroit. Bryce Florie induced a ground ball to short. That's the wrong place to hit it. Davy Cruz, among the major league leaders in fielding percentage for shortstops, has made just 2 errors this year. He handled that play with ease. 2 down.
This combination of Cruz and Easley pretty good. Cruz only 2 errors. Damian Easley only 2 errors at second base. We mentioned at the top the best fielding team in the American League.
Darren Lewis takes a strike. 2 outs, base is empty. Bryce Florie, after giving up 4 hits and a walk in the first 2 innings combined, hasn't allowed a base runner since, and he should be out of this inning. 1, 2, 3. Catalanado plays it himself. The Red Sox go quickly in order in the 4th, and we head to the 5th at Fenway with Detroit leading by 5. Boston Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to go places and do things you never thought possible. Fly Southwest Airlines. Pat Rapp getting ready for his second inning of relief. He came in last inning and pitched a 1, 2, 3, 4th on 3 ground balls. Tigers are here tomorrow night and Wednesday night. Note the 7:30 start Wednesday. ESPN will be here, but Nesson has the coverage in New England for the next 2 games of this series. Then we are back with you after the off day Thursday on Friday night, and the Atlanta Braves will be in town for 3. We'll have all 3 games next weekend from right here at Fenway Park. Pedro Martinez will be on the mound Friday night. We believe it'll be against Tom Glavine. And won't that be fun? Pat Rapp throws strike 1 to Brad Ausmus.
We get Maddox on Saturday.
Ausmus 0 for 2. He is grounded out, reached on a fielder's choice, picked up an RBI with that fielder's choice in the second. Easley and Higginson to follow the 2, 3, 4 hitters. Pop fly in right. And Nixon handles it with ease. Routine play. 1 out. Well, Pat Rapp wasn't happy about
Number 9, the
his
second baseman,
move to the bullpen.
Easley.
Jimmy Williams says it's not a demotion. Just somebody had to go to the bullpen, and Rapp was the guy. Rapp's actually pitched pretty well his last few times out.
I think the timing of it maybe upset Rapp. The fact that he came off a pretty strong start against the Yankees.
That pitch just got a piece of Easley. So that's the second time he's been hit by a pitch, and I don't think he felt either one of them. Maybe he's wearing a baggy uniform top or something.
Well, maybe he's trying to catch Chuck Knobloch here in the same day. That's 7 now for Easley, but he remains 3 behind Knobloch.
Bobby Higginson.
It's amazing. You see the same names year in and year out in the hit by pitch category. Knobloch's always in there. Brady Anderson.
Now a 1-out base runner for the Tigers. Bobby Higginson, who homered his last time up, is at the plate. Detroit leads 6-1. Rapp misses outside.
I think over the other league, I think it's Jason Kendall that's a perennial leader in that category, and he gets like what, about 30 a year.
Higginson singled and knocked in a run in the first. Homered leading off the third. Easley has 4 stolen bases. He has been thrown out once. Infield at double play depth. The outfield around to right. Higginson hits a soft line drive caught by Offerman.
Like Higginson got jammed here on the cut fastball. He can't intentionally drop the ball as an infielder and turn it into a double play. Offerman just had to make the catch on it. See a lot of guys try to bounce out of their glove and then try to turn over the deuce, but not supposed to do that.
No, Dean Palmer, who had a sacrifice fly in the first and grounded to short in the third. Easily back to first. 6-1 Detroit in the 5th. They're out hitting the Red Sox 6-4. Each team has made an error. Palmer drives one deep center. Lewis, just shy of the warning track, makes the catch, and that's the inning. We head to the home half of the 5th. Detroit 6, Boston 1.
Bottom of the 5th inning. Well, this Wednesday is discount day at Friendly Fenway as the Red Sox take on the Tigers. Certain tickets will be discounted by 50% if bought in advance. No discounted tickets will be sold on the day of the game. So get your tickets now by calling 617-482-4SOX.
Number 7.
Bryce Florie has retired 7 in a row. If he can get through the 5th, he qualifies for a win. He's pitched his 16 innings all season. Number 9 hitter Trot Nixon leads off. Trot drew the only walk yielded by Florie to this point. And he was stranded back in the 2nd when the Red Sox left the bases loaded. Nixon, Offerman, and Valentin due up. Grounded down to first. Catalanato waves Florie away. 1 out.
Sean, since returning from that road trip, a couple of changes. He mentioned the All-Star game sign above the left field scoreboard, and also some seats they're going to be putting in up on top of the third base grandstand down toward that left field line. That's going to be some additional seats put in for the All-Star game.
They've already got some of the foundation for that in place.
I hope the rest of the joint doesn't sink when they put those seats.
Well, that's one of the concerns. One of the things to save the Fenway Park people don't seem to understand, too. We're talking about renovating Fenway Park. The underpinnings of this park been there a long time, and the Red Sox have looked at renovating, expanding on the present site many times over the years, and structurally it just cannot happen here. Jose Offerman 2 for 2 today with a hit in the first and a run scored, and another infield single off the arm of Florie in the 2nd. That's on the roof and right. I'm going to add some seats over there as well. The tickets are still impossible for the All-Star game. Close, but a ball. Florie wanted that one. 2-2. Down the line, fair ball under the glove of Catalanato. Higginson over to the rail to play it. Offerman working on a 3-for-3 day. That's his first extra base hit.
Well, Offerman now 3 for 3. 21 multiple hit games on the season. That's second in the league, and now he'll hit his 20th double of the season, which puts him back in the lead in that category, one ahead of Tony Fernandez and Rusty Greer. Just by the dive of Catalanato at first base. You mentioned, Sean, he's basically second baseman, played some other positions in the infield.
Now Valentin 0 for 2. He struck out and lined to left. That was a big at bat in the second when it was 5-1 Detroit. Valentin hitting with the bases loaded. Hit a line drive that Encarnacion caught. Palmer throws him out this time. Offerman still at second with 2 down. So a tough day for Valentin. He's come up with 5 men on base and hasn't advanced any of them.
And Florie doing what he normally does, throw strikes and try to get ground balls, try to keep his infielders busy.
Now Brian Daubach. 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded to second. 6-1 Detroit, bottom of the 5th. The ball outside on Daubach. Talking with Brian on the bus ride to the airport yesterday after the game. He is a very knowledgeable and enthusiastic college football fan. Follows it very closely. He has a great idea about who's going to be good in college football this year. He hits one in the air and left, up into the breeze. That ball is gone. Daubach hits his 4th home run of the year, and all of a sudden it's a much different game. Red Sox have moved from 6-1 down to within 6-3.
Yeah, we've seen Daubach use the whole field too. He'll pull some home runs, this time to the opposite field. Smart hitting here at Fenway. A warm day, the breeze blowing out toward left field. Get it high and get it toward that wall. Let the breeze help you the rest of the way. RBIs 13 and 14 for Daubach.
And that gets the crowd back into it. Here's Nomar taking a strike. 6 runs, 6 hits, and an error for Detroit. 3 runs, 6 hits, and an error for Boston. Garcia Parra's 1 for 2, an RBI single in the first. Back to the mound. Gloved by Florie, who just did get it with the top of the glove. The old snow cone. He got Nomar to end the inning, but the Red Sox chip away with 2 runs on the Daubach home run after 5. 6-3 Detroit. In the bottom of the 5th on the Brian Daubach home run. Friends, we invite you to be a part of the ultimate baseball experience. It's at the John Hancock All-Star Fan Fest. It'll be held July 9th through the 13th. You need to act fast. Tickets must be purchased in advance. More than half the tickets have already been sold. So get your passes to baseball heaven now by calling 617-482-4SOX. 617-482-4SOX. All kinds of fun stuff happening at Fan Fest, and you'll want to take part in that. It isn't in our backyard very often. The All-Star game here next month in July. Next month as of tomorrow. This is the last day of May, and the Tigers lead 6-3. Gabe Kapler takes the ball high.
Not that far away. You roll the calendar over after today, and we're about, what, a month and a half away from the All-Star game?
July 13th. So much other stuff that goes around the All-Star game now that the fans are going to enjoy, including Fan Fest. Pat Raps pitched 2 innings of hitless and scoreless relief. The Tigers have had just 1 base runner since he's been out there. He's gone to 2 balls and no strikes now with Kapler. I know you don't like Kapler because he knocked you off the cover. You had the cover lined up on a couple of those fitness magazines. He bumped you from them. Fly ball to right. Nixon has it.
Well, the only cover I was ever on was Orthopedics Weekly back when I was playing.
Your 9th knee surgery?
Number 34, the left fielder, Juan Encarnacion.
One thing I can promise Kapler, he won't be in that kind of shape his whole life.
No. No, enjoy it now. While it lasts. Juan Encarnacion 0 for 2, 2 deep fly balls. Last time he sent Lewis running onto the warning track to make a nice catch. Red Sox in tight at the corners. Apparently Encarnacion will bunt on occasion. He is a free swinger, as you might have been able to tell by that swing. He's walked 5 times. He's had 169 at bats. The outfield plays him around toward right. Get some room in left center. Tried to pull that outside pitch. 1-2.
There's good bat on a couple of breaking balls. See if Rapp stays with that curveball. The heart was there, but the backside not quite there.
1 out in the 6th inning. The base is empty. 6-3 Detroit. Rapp's 1-2 pitch to Encarnacion. Hit in the hole. Nomar has it. Can he make that play? No. It's amazing he made it as close as he did.
Now that's a play where a lot of shortstops, they won't even try to make the throw to first base. Watch how far he is in that shortstop hole and heading toward foul territory. Makes the off-balance throw, going away from first base. Still strong enough to get it there on 1 short hop, but because of the speed of Encarnacion, he'll beat it. Now you've got to watch Encarnacion at first base. 15 steals on the season, 3rd in the league.
And he's been thrown out 6 times. Only Tom Goodwin and Shannon Stewart have more stolen bases in the American League than Juan Encarnacion, who's tied with Roberto Alomar of Cleveland for 3rd. An infield hit, the first hit given up by Rapp. And the Louisiana native will set his sights now on Frank Catalanato, who singled to right and scored in the 2nd. Grounded to second as the first man to face Rapp in the 4th. Ooh, good throw. Just back safely. Encarnacion. Ted Barrett, the first base umpire.
Yeah, this throw's going to be right on the bag. Stanley really didn't have to even reach down. Looked like he got him on the elbow. Very close play.
I'm not going to get on Ted Barrett. He's a boxer in his spare time.
He's also a very good umpire,
yes,
too.
He is. And supposedly he's sparred with like George Foreman and people like that. So as far as we're concerned, he's the best umpire in the American League. Frank Catalanato, another young Tiger player. He just turned 25. He's from Smithtown, New York on Long Island. Going to C.W. Post College in the offseason, working toward a degree. 10th round pick in June of '92 by the Tigers out of East High School in Smithtown. Head in the count here, 2-0. Been used regularly as a pinch hitter. Was the Tigers' best pinch hitter last year and leads their team in pinch hits again this season with 5. He waits as Encarnacion's back head first again. Encarnacion runs. The throw from Gubonic. Got him. That's the 2nd runner thrown out by Creighton Gubonic today with 2 excellent throws. He got Higginson back in the 1st, and now Encarnacion for the 2nd out of the 6th inning.
Gubonic throwing strikes to second base. Watch the quick release. Not a great jump either at first base by Encarnacion. He'll go into the head first slide. Nomar with the tag just before getting to the bag.
And on 3-0, Rapp throws a strike to Catalanato. Well, if Gubonic can do that, obviously Veritek's going to play just about every day. But when Creighton plays, if he can just handle the pitchers well, throw out the runners at a decent rate, maybe chip in with a hit here and there, the Red Sox be more than satisfied.
Exactly right. Call a good game, throw some people out at second base, be fundamentally sound, and every once in a while pick up a base hit, and you got a job for a long time. That was close at second base, very close. A quick tag by Nomar. Sometimes that quick tag gets you an out at second base.
Encarnacion didn't like it, but didn't say much. Out of play, one of the luxury boxes. Have you ever seen a fan in one of those private suites catch a ball cleanly?
No. I think with most of the time they wait till it stops rolling, then they pick it up and then they show it to the camera. It's too comfortable in the luxury boxes to make those good plays.
Maybe you should put on a clinic for fans at the ball game now after the catch in Cleveland. Would roll out the videotape of that, then you could demonstrate the proper technique. You said the key was really to kind of cup it in, right? To have soft hands and.
Right. You got to give with the baseball because without a glove, I mean, it's easy and all the spin on it. It's easy for it to pop out. So you just got to give a little bit with it. And my fingers are feeling better today too.
Well, that's good. I noticed you got the bandage off and you're not icing your fingers anymore. Look out. Catalanado ripped one into the Red Sox dugout. He knew somewhere Pedro would have to be close by that. They seemed to find him.
Now those are the type you don't want any part of. He should enjoy himself more. That's his problem.
He needs to learn to relax and have fun.
He could just loosen up.
Another 3-2 pitch. Pop straight up. Dubonic. Right in the on-deck circle. Ends the inning. We head to the bottom of the sixth. The Tigers 6, the Red Sox 3. On a beautiful day in Boston, you're watching Red Sox baseball on the J. Are down 6-3. Let's check out the National League scoreboard. Cincinnati's at New York today. The Mets got back-to-back homers from Bobby Bonilla and Brian McRae, but they trail 4-3 in the sixth. Los Angeles leads Pittsburgh 3-1. Todd Hundley a 2-run homer. More in a moment. Troy O'Leary takes a ball down and in from Bryce Florie. San Diego, Milwaukee tied at 2. Hideo Nomo on the mound in that game for the Brewers. The rest of the action later on in the National League on this holiday Monday. 1-1 now on O'Leary. Troy is grounded out and fly to center. Mike Stanley on deck, then Creighton Dubonic. Ball outside.
Strange to see both the Yankees and the Mets at home at the same time. Plenty of people to fill up both ballparks in that city.
Yes. That's ripped down the right field line. Higginson over to get it. He has a strong arm, but not strong enough to prevent O'Leary from picking up a double.
O'Leary now extends a hitting streak to 4 straight games and picks up his 11th double of the season. The Red Sox making some better contact. They've been hitting the ball fairly hard all day against Bryce Florie. A lot of them have been ground balls right at people, but the last couple of innings, Daubach with the home run. And now a leadoff double here by O'Leary. Red Sox trying to close the gap.
No movement yet in the Tiger bullpen. Mike Stanley takes a ball up and in. Stanley is grounded to third and popped to second. There is action in the Boston bullpen. Derek Lowe has started warming up. 75th pitch from Florie. Same spot. Ball 2. And now Osmus, the catcher, wants to chat with his battery mate, and bullpen action is about to begin for Detroit. Say Okita. Warming up for Larry Parrish.
He has to be very pleased what Florie has done for him today. He pulls him out of the bullpen to make a start here into the 6th inning with a lead. 6 2
The 2-0, he got a good pitch to work on and fouled it back. And I think Stanley knows he missed a pretty good pitch to hit there.
Wouldn't mind having that pitch one more time. Take his chances again.
The 2-1 inside. Stanley reaches. That gets the tying run to the plate. Creighton Gubonic is on deck. Pitch hit in the air down the right field line. Higginson makes the catch. O'Leary tags and goes to third with one out.
Number 39, the catcher, Creighton Gubonic.
And that brings up Creighton Gubonic. Chance to get the Red Sox closer. He's 0 for 2, has grounded to third and to short today. Red Sox down by 3 with a runner at third and one out here in the 6th inning. Gubonic with Darren Lewis on deck. First pitch from Bryce Florie. That's line to right and a base hit and a run for Boston. O'Leary scores on Gubonic's hit. And Creighton has his 5th run batted in of the season. The other 4 on that grand slam out in Oakland.
He's having a nice afternoon filling in for Veritek, throwing a couple of guys out at second base. Now drops in the base hit.
Now Ed Brickley directing the attention of the fans to the center field message board as all of baseball pauses here at 3 o'clock in observance of Memorial Day.
Beneath the banner, proud to remember, we honor on this Memorial Day those fallen heroes who paid the ultimate price for our freedoms. With our nation's highest regard and deepest respect, all America now unites with a humanitarian organization no greater love as we pause to honor the men and women whose legacy is service, whose heritage is sacrifice, and whose gift is freedom. God bless them.
That observance taking place all over baseball today and all over the country. Only appropriate that on this special day we pause for at least a moment or two and reflect on the meaning of Memorial Day. Now Darren Lewis, who takes a strike. He is the tying run at the plate. Red Sox with a run on 2 hits here in the 6th. They're down 6-4. They trailed 6-1 after 2.5 innings. Gubonic, the runner at first, held on by Catalanato. Palmer's in a step in front of the bag at third. Nixon's on deck. Lewis drops down a bunt. Osmus on it quickly, throws in time. Let's pause for station identification. You're watching Red Sox baseball on the JCS New England Television Network.
Roll your IDs. Back in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Number 7, the right fielder, Sean Nixon.
Sean McDonough with Jerry Remy at Fenway Park. So Trot Nixon bats with 2 outs in the 6th inning. A runner at second. Trot's the tying run at the plate. He has walked and grounded to first. Both bullpens with double-barreled action going. And Nixon takes a strike from Bryce Florie. I would think no matter what, Jerry, this would be the last inning for Florie.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. They've given him much more, I think, than they had hoped for in this start. Remember, too, he got hit off that forearm earlier with a ground ball back through the middle.
Down and in. It skips past the catcher, Osmus. Gubonic started toward third, then realized he's better off not taking the chance. It didn't get very far behind the Detroit catcher.
It's a hard play for a runner at second base because you can't quite tell sometimes how far that ball's going past the catcher. And certainly with 2 outs, you don't want to take any chances. You're already in scoring position.
Fans have the wave going around. The 1-1 pitch is hit on the ground down to first. Catalanato makes the play, and that ends the inning. The Red Sox get 1 run on 2 hits after 6. 6-4 Detroit.
This ball is being brought to you in part by a New England Ford dealer. Stop by a New England Ford dealer for savings on great new Ford cars and trucks.
And Mark the Bird Fidrich, who is here in the
Back at Fenway Park, the Red Sox now trail by 2, 6-4. Brian Daubach back in the 5th inning, hitting an opposite field home run. A 2-run homer for Daubach. His 4th of the season, made it a 6-3 ball game. Bobby Higginson a solo home run, a couple of RBI. Daubach, you just saw the home run, and Creighton Gubonic having a nice start behind the plate today. An RBI single to drive in a run. The Red Sox now trailing by 2 as we go to the 7th. And he'll be a new pitcher. It'll be John Wasden. Wasden making his 8th appearance of the season, a record of 3-0. The last time he worked was against the Yankees back on the 26th. A couple of innings in that game, allowing 2 hits and 1 earned run.
He gave up the grand slam to Tino Martinez. That was the big hit in that ball game. On to face the number 9 hitter Davy Cruz. Wasden's first pitch, a fastball for a strike. Cruz an infield hit, and he scored in the 2nd. He grounded out against Pat Rapp in the 4th. His first at bat was against Mark Portugal. Portugal struggled through 3 innings, but Rapp was outstanding in 3 innings of relief. Pat gave up just 1 hit, and he hit a batter. Had excellent control, didn't walk anybody. Red Sox pitchers have not recorded a strikeout today, nor have they issued a walk. Tigers trying to pad a 6-4 lead. The Red Sox have been creeping back onto their heels after falling behind 6-1. Cruz, Polonia, and Osmus to greet Wasden. The action is continuing in the Tiger bullpen, so makes you think that Florie's day is over after 6 innings. 1-2 pitch. Popped up right by the mound. Wasden wants it. Valentin says nope. 1 out.
You can't have it. Those are nice, easy plays to your fielding percentage. Get out of my way. I had Bobby Grich tell me that one time. I almost cracked up. It was ground ball of the infield. I went to first base. He said, no, give me the ball at shortstop so I can get that easy out at second and build up the fielding percentage.
C.J. Nitkowski, the lefty in the bullpen. Jeff Jones, the bullpen coach, looking on. Wasden really wanted that, though. He looked like the punt returner calling for a fair catch, waving his hand. Polonia drops down a bunt. Valentin, that would have rolled foul. He thought he could make the play. Tried to barehand it. That wasn't a good idea. Some scored it a hit.
Now, some ballparks are tilted in, so those bunts stay in fair territory. Here at Fenway, there's a pretty good chance that ball is going to roll foul.
Number 12.
It's a tough heading toward the line.
Yeah, a tough play to make barehanded, too, because it was bunted very hard.
You had no chance to make it, so you might as well let it roll and hope that it goes foul. And Polonia's been on base 3 times. And here's Brad Osmus. He tried to bunt and he missed it. That's a strike. 0 for 3 with an RBI and a fielder's choice for Osmus today.
That's pretty smart play by Osmus, because you see Valentin down there. His hand is hurting right now from that last bunt. He saw that, and he tried to drop another one down.
Not every player pays attention to that extent, but Osmus is a sharp guy. He's a graduate of Dartmouth College up in New Hampshire. Graduated with a degree in government. He's from Cheshire, Connecticut. Played on a state high school championship baseball team in Connecticut. One of his teammates was Brian Leach, now the standout defenseman in the National Hockey League with the New York Rangers, who just signed a big new contract. Osmus has had an interesting career. He's with San Diego, then Detroit. Detroit traded him to Houston. Houston traded him back to Detroit.
There's been a lot of trades between Detroit, San Diego, because the general manager was once a member of that San Diego organization.
Oh, 0-2 the count. Stanley holding Polonia on at first. Osmus will be followed by Damian Easley. The 0-2 pitch. He struck him out with a fastball. That's the first strikeout for a Red Sox pitcher today.
That's unusual, too, because Red Sox lead the league in strikeouts. They're #1 in the American League as far as striking out hitters. Osmus usually a pretty good control guy, contact guy, I should say. It's only the 19th time that he struck out this year. Fastball right by him.
Two outs now for Damian Easley. 6-4 Detroit in the 7th inning. Easley's twice been hit by a pitch today. Once by Portugal, once by Rapp. They both just barely grazed his uniform. Polonia runs. No chance for Gubanek this time. And Polonia has the stolen base. His second of the year.
Well, it was pretty much guaranteed he was going to run here with 2 outs to try to get in a scoring position. Just a question of which pitch, and he picked the first one. Little trouble getting a handle on that for Gubanek.
Creighton's thrown out 2 Tigers today. Oh, 1 pitch swung on and missed. The 0-2 from Wasden. A little bit down and in. Now the 1-2 pitch. He struck him out. The breaking ball. Gubanek puts the tag on him. Back-to-back strikeouts for Wasden. The bunt single does not hurt. 7th inning stretch at Fenway. The Tigers 6, the Red Sox 4. Innings from Bryce Florie. Larry Parrish has gone to his bullpen for the left-hander, C.J. Nitkowski.
Very busy. This appearance number 28. That's most in the American League in that category. A record of 1-1. Only pitched a total, though, of 18 innings, allowing 10 hits, 13 walks, and 14 strikeouts. Tough on left-handers. Lefties have only hit 105 this year against C.J. Nitkowski.
For the Red Sox, number 30, the second baseman, Jose.
He was thrown out of a ball game against Cleveland last weekend after they had the 2 bean balls. Jarrett Wright hit Tony Clark. Jeff Weaver hit Manny Ramirez. Then Nitkowski threw one too close to Kenny Lofton, I believe, and he was ejected as the benches had been warned. Offerman greets Nitkowski, takes a strike. Top of the order, Offerman, Valentin, Daubach in the home half of the 7th. Good day today for Jose. He's 3 for 3, 2 singles and a double, 2 runs scored. Fastball, check swing, no, said first base umpire Ted Barrett, who's a fine umpire. He truly punches hitters out. When they talk about the strikeouts being punch outs, he could do that in many ways. Well, there should be a delay here, and there will be. I wasn't sure the umpires had seen. I believe it's Jason Varitek running in from the bullpen with his equipment bag.
Carrying that thing like a briefcase.
2-1 pitch, up and away. Any base runner means the Red Sox get the tying run to the plate. Bryce Florie, the starter, went 6 innings, allowed 4 runs, 3 earned on 8 hits, including a home run. There's ball 4, low and away. And here comes the tying run to the plate with nobody out in the 7th inning. Florie walked 1, struck out 2 through 85 pitches, 55 strikes.
Well, we mentioned the high walk total for Nitkowski, and that's certainly not a good thing coming out of the bullpen.
Here's John Valentin. Tough day at the plate so far. 0 for 3. He's batted with 5 men up combined and hasn't advanced any of them, although he did line out sharply to the left fielder Encarnacion with the bases loaded to end the 2nd inning. Ausmus out to the mound to chat with Nitkowski. Larry Parrish given the job on an interim basis when Buddy Bell was fired last year, and then it seemed like they looked around for a while, couldn't really identify somebody else that they could get to take the job, so they wound up sticking with Larry, former Red Sox player. First pitch to Valentin, hit in the air in center field. Kapler drifting back. On the edge of the warning track, he makes the catch.
Brilliance makes break is network. First pitching change break is also network.
We haven't seen it yet today, but they tell us that Kapler, as he's a rookie, not very familiar with the opposing players, keeps notes under his cap on where he's supposed to play certain hitters, and from time to time he'll take the note sheet out from underneath his cap. The reason Jason Varitek was running in, he's been introduced as a pinch hitter for Daubach with the lefty Nitkowski out there, but Parrish may counter that move now. That's interesting because over the weekend Jimmy had a couple of chances to hit for Daubach against lefties and did not.
Run a network pitching change break.
Meanwhile, Varitek has gone back in. And a right-hander coming in, the very hard-throwing Matt Anderson will be the 3rd Tiger pitcher. And Varitek will stay up there. He'll just turn around and bat left-handed. 6-4 Tigers in the 7th. Back to Fenway after this. Sox better hitters really throughout the season, hitting over 300. He has shown the ability to hang in there against lefties, and Varitek's the 2nd catcher today with Dubonic starting. Anderson threw it so hard Chuck Merriweather might have missed that one. Ball 1.
Yeah, you get to a tie ball game or something goes extra innings, you got Varitek now in the DH spot, so if some point you had to put him behind the plate, obviously you'd lose the DH for the remainder of the game.
Offerman at first. Anderson misses high. It's 95 miles per hour, so he isn't loose yet. Anderson, born in Louisville, Kentucky, lives in Houston, Texas. Pitched in the Cape Cod League in 1996 and was named the top prospect in the Cape League in the summer of '96. Varitek hits one high in the air and deep to right. Higginson spinning back. That ball is gone. talked about it earlier. Jimmy Williams really has not received enough credit, and here he is making a move that certainly many managers would not have made, and it comes up. Roses again for the Red Sox. Varitek a pinch hit, 2-run homer, and this ball game's tied at 6.
And you talk about turning around a high, hard fastball. That's exactly what Varitek did up over the bullpen area.
The Red Sox have battled from 6-1 down.
You know, it's amazing. Varitek, that pitch had to be 95, 96 miles an hour and high in the zone, let a high. Most of the time, you don't even see contact on a pitch like that. He pulls it for the home run.
What a season he is having. 6 home runs for Varitek, 20 runs batted in. It's the Red Sox 3rd pinch hit home run of the season. Now Nomar rips one into left, a base hit, and the Red Sox have the go-ahead run at first with 1 out here in the 7th inning.
Well, it's living proof, too, Sean, that no matter how hard you throw, you've got to have something else to go along with that fastball, because major league hitters are just going to sit on that thing and eventually make some good, solid, hard contact. Nomar was quickly down in the count, get the fastball again, and a hard base hit.
Brian Daubach is trying to run out to the bullpen to help warm up pitchers, but right now he's just squatting near the right field line, just barely in foul territory. Troy O'Leary pulls one right down by Daubach, and with the ball out of play, Brian will continue to trot now toward the bullpen. What a year Varitek's having.
How about that production out of the 3 spots? A home run out of Daubach, a 2-run home run. You pinch hit Varitek, and he turns around a 95, 96 mile an hour fastball for a home run.
Yeah, you pinch hit for your number 3 hitter in DH, who's a solid 300 hitter, who's already homered today, who you've let swing lately against left-handed pitchers. Today you take him out, contrary to what you've done lately. That's deep in left and gone! Troy O'Leary with a towering fly ball that kept carrying and just did clear the wall down the line. A 2-run homer, and the Red Sox all of a sudden have taken an 8-6 lead.
You talk about striking quick. I think this is even surprising the fans here, the fact how quickly they've come back to tie and then take the lead in this game. High fly ball aided somewhat by the breeze blowing out toward left field. O'Leary has his 9th home run.
And 3 straight hits given up by Anderson and 3 runs allowed by the young right-hander. He throws ball 1 to Stanley. So Troy O'Leary, it's his 1st home run in 3 weeks, his 9th of the year. The Red Sox have battled from 6-1 down to take an 8-6 lead. Stanley has grounded out and popped out. Flied out his last time up. Takes 97 miles per hour up and in. 3-0. 4 runs in this inning. Still just 1 out. Crowd buzzing. As our friend Eddie Endelman would say, I think more and more people are starting to believe in this Red Sox team.
They certainly made believers out of Anderson quickly.
Low heat, 97 miles per hour. Anderson, a tall, thin right-hander, 6'4". They list him at 200 pounds. First player taken an entire draft in June of '97. He hit Stanley with a 3-2 pitch. And Anderson's been ejected. And now Brad Ausmus jumps right in the face of Chuck Merriweather and says, you can't do that. Larry Parrish shoves Ausmus out of the way and gets right in the face of Merriweather. And now Parrish a little too physical, and he's going to get suspended for that. You can't put your hands on an umpire, and Parrish did it at least once. And now Jim Evans is in between, but Parrish is going to get a couple of days of vacation at least for that number. First, he gave Ausmus way more of a shove than you'd ordinarily give one of your own players. And now Ausmus better get hauled out of there by somebody. I believe Merriweather was also the home plate umpire, Jerry, last weekend in Cleveland when these two teams had the problem. Cleveland and Detroit had the problems with the beanballs with Ramirez and Jarrett Wright.
Well, it just seems awful strange to me that they'd run a count to 3-2 and then decide to drill somebody.
That's right.
And that's the reason that Merriweather threw him out of the game. He thought intentionally Matt Anderson was trying to hit Mike Stanley after giving up the couple of home runs.
Yeah, if you were going to do that, you wouldn't do it on a 3-2 pitch, you would think.
Why waste 5 pitches? You wouldn't think so. You'd never know what the pitcher is thinking, but the response coming from Brad Ausmus right away, I mean, I can't imagine that at that point it was intentional by Anderson. He snapped right away, and then Parrish came out trying to protect his pitcher and his catcher. And you're right, Sean, he did put a hand on Merriweather, and that's going to cost him at least a 3-game suspension.
I can understand, as you say, why the Tigers are upset. I mean, this is a 3-2 pitch, and it's just a fastball that ran inside. Who knows? Maybe he was trying to hit him, but and you see how long Merriweather took to do it. Then he said, "You're gone," and that's when Ausmus went ballistic. And he's actually making contact there with Merriweather, too. Parrish sprinting out of the dugout. There, and he's bumping Merriweather there, too. Ausmus, he's lucky he's still in the ball game. And here comes Parrish. Contact once.
Again, as Ausmus continues to throw talk with the umpires. See, there's the hand on Parrish. He throws him out, and then here he comes back. There he bumps him again, and now here comes the bump by Parrish.
And that's, you could see Merriweather's body language saying that, hey, you bumped me, you pushed me, you can't do that. Now go in the umpire's report, and Parrish is looking at a few days off, including the rest of this one.
I think Ausmus is out too.
Yeah, he should be. He made contact too. Chuck Merriweather was the home plate umpire in that game last weekend between Cleveland and Detroit when they had the bean brawls. So you wonder if there's some lingering stuff from that.
Well, obviously you can't get into the head of the pitch. You don't know what he's thinking about. It does seem strange in baseball sense that in a 3-2 count, that's when he decides to drill the hitter. You would think if he was going to do that, he would do it much sooner than that. But as you said, Sean, being a little bit touchy, Merriweather, about the last episode he had with the Tigers, he quickly ran Anderson from the game. I think one thing Parrish will say when he goes to complain about this to the league officer, look, he had his hands on me 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. Yes, he did. And they're really not supposed to do that either. Well, there's the pitch that hit Stanley. Anderson faced 4 batters, didn't retire any of them, gave up 2 two-run homers, gave up 3 runs. There's the ejection. Ausmus couldn't believe it.
You know, Stanley probably not surprised, but maybe expected it earlier in the count.
Now Jimmy Williams is out to speak with the crew chief, Jim Evans, get some clarification about what's going on over by the Red Sox dugout. Sao Kita has come in to be the new pitcher. He was warming up earlier. He'll get as much time as he needs here to warm up.
Jimmy and Evans have had a rocky relationship.
Have had a very tough time over the years, to the point where Jimmy Williams has said in the past, maybe it's just better if we don't have Jim Evans as an umpire in our games. So I don't know what I've done to that man, but obviously there's a problem there. But they look like they were smiling during that conversation.
Well, may have been talking some about possible retaliation. Don't do it. You know, maybe Evans was saying, look, I don't necessarily agree. I don't think he was trying to hit him on the 3-2 count. I don't know. You know, something like that to smooth things over.
Yeah, I doubt the Red Sox would think that was intentional on a 3-2 pitch.
Like I said, Sean, I think maybe in the back of Stanley's mind before going to that plate, it could happen to me. You know, we've had a couple of home runs hit. They've hit the ball hard off him. But when the count runs to 3-2, I don't know.
But if you're going to do it, That's the best way to have a good defense, right?
Exactly.
I'll wait till it's 3-2.
Exactly.
Then no one can say that was intentional.
The only guy that knows for sure is the Anderson.
It's like Jarrett Wright. Bill Hassman's going to be the new catcher with Ausmus ejected. It's like Jarrett Wright saying about Darren Lewis, I hit him with a curveball, but that was a very strange looking curveball that night. It certainly wasn't the normal snapping, sharp curveball, too. It was when, oops, it kind of slipped and hit him in the head.
Yeah, wasn't much curve to it.
No, not a lot of curve to it. Just slightly downward into Lewis's helmet, or up in that area. Here's Masao Kita. Let's give you the numbers on him.
23rd appearance overall. The ERA at 5.59. All those appearances have been out of the bullpen. A lot of base runners, 32 hits and 13 walks in 29 innings. And 23 strikeouts, his last appearance coming against the White Sox.
Very big hand for Bill Hasselman as he was introduced as the new catcher.
That's nice to see.
He got a big roar, the former Red Sox catcher. He had to be appreciative of that. Took him a while to get the gear on. So Anderson faced 4 batters, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs all earned on 2 homers and a single. Witkowski gave up 1 run in this inning. So Anderson is the pitcher of record. Now John Wasden, who's been Mr. Win, has a chance to win another one. He's already 3-0 in 7 appearances.
The Vulture.
Yes. So he's done the job.
Yep.
And Pat Rapp's performance today should not be forgotten. The way this has turned, he pitched 3 scoreless innings to keep the Red Sox in the game. Here's Creighton Dubonic. Everybody trying to catch their breath here. In a wild inning. Couple of 2-run homers by pinch hitter Jason Varitek and by Troy O'Leary. The Red Sox scored 4 times in this inning to take an 8-6 lead. They trailed 6-1 after 2.5. Kita's first pitch a ball. He's the 4th Detroit pitcher. Dubonic looped a single into right to knock in a run last inning. Kita throws a strike. He's 30 years old, from Tokyo in Japan. You list him at 6'3", 210 pounds. He played for the Yomiuri Giants in Japan for a number of years. Among his teammates, former big leaguers Bill Gullickson, Lloyd Mosby, Jeff Manto, Dan Gladden. Over in Japan. He's in his first year pitching in the major leagues. There's 54 and 64 lifetime in Japan, below 500. Double play ball hit to the shortstop. Cruz easily turns it, and that ends a wild 7th inning. The Red Sox get 4 runs on 2-run homers by Jason Varitek and Troy O'Leary, and the Tigers lose pitcher Matt Anderson, catcher Brad Ausmus, and manager Larry Parrish to ejections. Still 2 innings to go, with the Red Sox now leading 8-6 at Fenway. And they've taken an 8-6 lead. They look for their 4th straight win. They'll go at it with the Tigers again tomorrow night at 7:30 Wednesday night on Nesson. An off day on Thursday. Then the Atlanta Braves are here Friday night beginning at 7. We anticipate a Pedro Martinez, Tom Glavine matchup for our next telecast over most of these stations Friday night at 7 o'clock right here at Fenway. We'll also have the ball games Saturday afternoon at 4 and Sunday at 1 between the Red Sox and the Braves. Tough to top today's excitement. It's been a wild one on this hot holiday Monday afternoon. And here's the new pitcher for the Red Sox, Boston's 4th of the day, Mark Guthrie.
See the numbers for Guthrie. He worked in the game yesterday at Cleveland, pitched an inning with a strikeout, changed his delivery just a bit. We noticed it yesterday, dropping down just a little bit more to the side, and I guess more similar to what he did when he was with Minnesota. They changed him some with the Dodgers, and he was very effective yesterday.
And I'm very happy that he was immediately effective. You make a change, you like to see immediate results. Sometimes it's difficult to believe in the change. Guthrie's first pitch, a ball to Bobby Higginson. Higginson's 2 for 3 today. Dean Palmer on deck, then Gabe Kapler. Fastball for a strike.
This could be just one batter for Guthrie as you get the right-handers coming up, and I believe Derek Lowe had been throwing in the bullpen.
John Wasden pitched one scoreless inning, gave up a bunt hit and struck out 2. He's in position for the win now. There's the sweeping breaking ball. They hope by dropping down that arm angle that they'll get more of that sweeping type movement on the pitch.
It's also more difficult for left-handers to pick up.
1-2 pitch. Down and away. Higginson singled to left off the wall to knock in a run in the first. He homered to right in the third. Both off the starter Mark Portugal, who gave up all 6 Detroit runs. Rapp and Wasden combined for 4 innings of scoreless relief, having allowed just 2 hits. And now it's Guthrie facing a 2-2 count with Higginson, whose home run was the 100th of his career. The 2-2 pitch. Line foul. Nice catch down there in the left field stands. Oh, and the touching gesture.
Friendly Fenway.
Friendly Fenway. It's been so friendly this year. It's been unbelievable. It's always friendly, but it seems even that much more friendly this year. Two-two pitch. He struck him out. Yeah, Guthrie just looks much better against those lefties with this new delivery.
Well, as I mentioned, Sean, it's so much more difficult for left-handed hitters to pick that up. You know, there's more comfortable when you're facing a guy that's directly over the top, obviously, than a guy that drops down 3/4.
As Jerry predicted, 1 batter and out for Guthrie. He does his job. He strikes out Higginson.
Drops down to about 3/4 with the breaking ball and picks up that strikeout.
So the new pitcher is Derek Lowe. He'll be the 5th Boston pitcher. With the Red Sox leading 8-6, you're watching Red Sox baseball on the JCS New England Television Network. Four perfect innings. The Indians did not have a base runner as he saved it for Tim Wakefield, who weaved through 5 innings at kind of an up and down ride. The 2-0 pitch. That's high and deep to left. Well, you just had the feeling early in the day this was going to turn out to be a wild one, and it has. Dean Palmer into the screen. And it's 8-7 on Palmer's 11th home run of the year.
Home run derby this afternoon here at Fenway Park. He predicted it, Sean, with the weather conditions. Excellent for hitting. No sink on that sinker. It just stayed up about belt high, and Dean Palmer didn't take long to get rid of it. Up over the left field wall.
Well, he's given up 4 home runs already this season. That's a bunch for a guy who usually throws such a hard sinker. And now the tying runs at the plate. Gabe Kapler took ball 1. He homered into the screen and left in the second. He's popped out and flied to right since. Curveball missed. He got behind Palmer 2-0. Then Palmer hit the home run on a 2-0 pitch. Well, the home run by Palmer, the first damage done to the Red Sox bullpen today. Kapler chops the 2-0 right into the ground. Garcia-Parra throws him out. 2 outs here in the 8th.
That's more like it for Derek Lowe. Get that ground ball out.
Number 34, the left fielder, Juan Encarnacion.
Juan Encarnacion, the batter.
Next scheduled break, next pitching change break.
What's wrong with that one? 1-0 on Encarnacion. As an infield hit in 3 trips. That's low. So Lowe's gone to 2-0 with all 3 batters he has faced. No action in either bullpen at the moment. There's a strike. And there's strike 2. Good breaking ball there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Slowly down the third base line. A problem. No play for Valentin. Lowe made a tough pitch. Encarnacion just did get the bat on it. And he has his second infield hit. And the Tigers have the tying run on.
He just had an extended hitting streak stop, but back with 2 hits here this afternoon. And just protecting the plate there against the curveball with 2 strikes. Taps it down at third. No play at all for Valentin. But again, you got a base stealer at first base now. So possibly could take off and try to get in the scoring position.
"15 steals for Encarnacion. He was thrown out earlier by Gubanek on a close play. Lowe is yet to throw a first pitch strike to any hitter, and Joe Kerrigan's coming out to the mound. 1-0 on Catalanato, who singled and scored back in the second. Since then, he's grounded out and popped out. The Red Sox have 8 runs on 11 hits and 1 error. The Tigers 7 runs, 10 hits and 1 error. Each error was in the first inning. Each was costly. Garcia-Parra made an error on a missed pop-up. He lost in the sun. Led to 2 Tiger runs in the first. And Bryce Florie, the pitcher, made a throwing error on a pickoff play at first. That led to an unearned run for the Red Sox in the first. Since then, the long balls have been out in full force. The Tigers have hit 3 homers, all solo shots by Kapler, Higginson, and now Palmer here in the 8th. The runner goes, swing and a miss. Gubanek's throw, not in time. Encarnacion is in scoring position as the tying run with his 16th stolen base of the year.
It's a little better jump this time off Derek Lowe than the last time that he tried to steal. That was off Pat Rapp. So now the tying run in scoring position.
The 1-1 to Catalanato, hit on the ground to second. Offerman has it and throws him out. And the Tigers leave that man in scoring position. 1 run for Detroit in the 8th on the Palmer home run. 8-7 Red Sox. You're watching Red Sox baseball on the JCS New England Television Network. On this holiday afternoon, 27,883 at Fenway Park. They've watched a wild one. The Red Sox scored 7 runs over the last 3 innings. They're hanging on to an 8-7 lead now. Darren Lewis drives one down the right field line from Masao Kita. That's a hit. And it'll be a single. They have tremendous respect for Higginson's arm. And even the speedy Lewis decided it was a better idea to slap on the brakes. He's 2 for 4.
Higginson always among the league leaders in assists in the American League, and many times has led the league in that category. So you're right, Sean. Once Lewis rounded first base and he saw Higginson get to the ball, forget it. Put on the brakes, stay at first base. Lewis making that decision by himself as the players in front of him.
See how Jimmy plays it. He has Nixon bunting, at least on the first pitch.
Seems strange in a game that's 8-7. What, 22 hits in the ball game?
Well, I'm never going to question anything Jimmy does anymore. I didn't think Veritek pinch hitting was such a great idea. And all he did was hit a 2-run homer. And it tied up the ball game. And has certainly had the right touch really ever since he became the Red Sox manager. And in his very unassuming, humble way, he won't do anything to allow people to give him credit. A lot of people have said lately he doesn't get enough credit. Part of that is because Jimmy prefers it that way. He really does. Nixon takes ball too high from Keita.
They pull it off now at the 2-0 count. Give Nixon one chance to wiggle on his 2-0 fastball, maybe.
Trout's grounded to first twice. Rick Adair, the pitching coach. Larry Parrish, the manager, has been ejected. He does turn to bunt again and takes ball 3 up and away. Pitch. Nixon at the green light. He popped it up. Ball carries pretty well to center. The Trot just missed that one. And it's the first out of the inning.
Play for 1 till the count goes 3-0, then play for 2. Gave the green light to Nixon on the 3-0 count.
He just missed this.
Yeah. A little bit toward the outside part of the plate. A lot of time 3-0. You're looking to narrow that zone down, maybe middle in.
Jimmy likes to run on just about every 3-2 count, it seems, regardless of the hitter, the runners, the score. And he seems he gives a lot of 3-0 green lights. It's paid off for him a couple of times. Keita to Offerman, who pops one up in foul ground. That's going to be out of play. Nice catch. They're a fan with a glove. There he is in that teal shirt there. Knocked him down, though. He caught it, and just as the ball hit him with the glove, the weight of it apparently just drove him right back down into his seat. He needs your course on how to catch it casually, with ease, smoothly. Hoffman's been on base 4 times, 3 hits and a walk. He has scored 3 times. One and one the count. Eight to 7 Red Sox. They're looking for some insurance. Another one of these days when it seems no lead is safe. Tom Gordon is warming up. They pitch out. Lewis was not running. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, they just pitched out now into a nice hit and run count, 2-1, as we look at Tom Gordon just waiting for his turn.
Offerman slipped in the batter's box. He pulled that one foul. He seems to be all right. Brett Saberhagen to play at the end of the dugout.
Hey, that's a good sign. Shoulder fielding fine.
He'll throw the hook shot. He's going to go tomorrow with Saberhagen against the impressive rookie right-hander Jeff Weaver. Mike Stanley was talking yesterday about how impressed he was with Weaver. He comes at the hitters from a number of different arm angles. They'll get their chances to swing against him again tomorrow night. And on Wednesday in the series finale, the lefty Justin Thompson against Tim Wakefield. Wakefield will be looking for his 3rd straight win. Lewis at first, 1 out. And the 2-2 to Offerman is low. I'm guessing, I'm actually betting that Lewis will be running with the pitch.
Okay.
We're not allowed to wager, so I am predicting.
I'd say there's a pretty good chance he's going to go to.
All right.
I'd like to bet against you so we could get something going here, but
yeah,
tough on this one.
Jimmy, as we said a moment ago, just about every 3-2 count they run. The pitch is ball 4. That was a close pitch. And Hasselman asking Chuck Merriweather about. He indicated it was outside. So it's a walk. The first given up by Kita. And the Red Sox at first and second with 1 out.
Number 13, the third baseman, John Valentin.
Bill Hasselman out to chat with Kita, who is either fluent in English or Hasselman has learned Japanese since he was with the Red Sox. I was in Japan for almost a month. Didn't learn any Japanese. It's a very hard language.
Tough language, yeah.
It's not similar to English, you know, as French and Spanish and some of those languages are in many ways. John Valentin 0 for 4 today. He's the only Red Sox hitter in the lineup today who has not reached base. And he's been up with a lot of men on. 6 of them. Without advancing any of them. The ball just inside. Hasselman held it there. I don't think the Tigers will be sending Chuck Merriweather any Christmas cards.
And they're going to be a little upset with him this afternoon.
Pulled down to third. Palmer steps on the bag, throws to first. Catalanato just did maintain contact with the bag. And Valentin's tough day continues. That's a double play that ends the inning. Go to the 9th. Red Sox will try to hang on and win another one as Tom Gordon comes in with Boston on top 8-7. Here at Fenway Park, the beginning of a homestand. The Red Sox looking for their 4th straight win. And they have an all-new battery. Jason Varitek, who was the DH, is now the catcher. So if the Red Sox have to bat and this game goes beyond this half inning, the Red Sox will lose the DH. The pitchers would have to bat or be hit for. Tom Gordon on the mound. Wonder if Chuck Merriweather is warning him at all about throwing at batters. I don't know why you would in a 1-run game, but if an warning has been issued, why else would he be out there? I have no idea why Merriweather would go out there.
You know, that reason would be that, or kill some more time for ESPN to get back from a commercial.
Maybe that's what it is. Gordon with the saves in each of the last 2 ball games over the Indians. So he's trying to make it 3 saves in 3 games. He's facing a pinch hitter, Greg Jeffries. And the veteran takes a strike. Jeffries batting for Davy Cruz. Greg's hitting .207. He's had a tough year. 4 homers, 14 runs batted in, 2 for 6 as a pinch hitter. He's a switch hitter hitting .219 left-handed. He hits it to second, caught in the air by Offerman. Soft line drive for the first out.
Well, you mentioned Sean Gordon working now in his 3rd straight game. He picked up that save yesterday with only 1 walk, had 3 the day before. Line drive by Jeffries, but Jose Offerman makes the play before it hits the ground.
Break. That'll be 2 minutes long. We'll lose.
Didn't throw a lot of pitches in that game yesterday. That's the reason Jimmy Williams can bring him back again today. But I would have to guess that tomorrow would be a day off.
6 pitchers used by Jimmy Williams today. Top of the order, Luis Polonia. The DH just changed his number to 29 in honor of Rod Carew, with whom he became well acquainted when Polonia was an Angel. Carew, the batting coach. Valentin in on the grass at 3rd. Stanley even with the bag at 1st. Gordon talked after yesterday's game. He still hasn't had the command that he'd like with the fastball. He was encouraged by the fact that his curveball was much more of a weapon yesterday. 2-0 pitch. That's low. You don't want to walk Polonia. He's a fast runner. They're coming around to their bigger bats. Bill Hasselman on deck now with the ejection of Osmus. Hasselman would hit next. 3-0 to Polonia, taking all the way. It's a strike.
You would expect Polonia here to take maybe 2 strikes.
Gordon trying to save it for John Wasden. He's the pitcher of record for Boston. 3-1 pitch. Strike on the corner. Trout into it. Gordon got a huge hand as he ran in from the bullpen. Payoff pitch. Slashed out at play to the left. Boston. One out, bases empty in the Detroit ninth. The 3-2 to Polonia. Fouled away again. Mark Portugal started, lasted 3 innings. He gave up 6 of the 7 Tiger runs. The bullpen excellent. Rapp pitched 3 scoreless innings. Wasden 1 scoreless inning. Guthrie a third of an inning. Lowe 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 1 run on a homer. Now Gordon's 3-2. Hit up the middle. Off Flash's leg. He picks it up as no play. That's a hit for Polonia. His 3rd. 2 of them have not left the infield. He's had a bunt hit and now that hit off the leg of Gordon.
Gordon doing the wise thing too after the ball deflects off him, not making that throw to first base. A lot of time from that spot there, you just throw the ball away. Polonia ends up on second. Look, it hit him what, off the left leg? And unfortunately for Gordon, it bounded toward third base instead of first base. Goes toward first base, you got a chance to get a play on the Polonia.
Now Bill Hasselman up for the first time. He came in when Brad Ausmus was ejected. Hasselman's had a good year for the bat and with the bat in limited playing time, hitting .319. He's at 47 at bats, 15 hits including 2 home runs, 6 runs batted in. He also grounded into 2 double plays. The Red Sox would like a twin killing to end the ball game. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss at the breaking ball. They really can't hit for Hasselman. They don't have another catcher.
And only 2 guys left on the bench. Garcia, a left-handed hitter, and Wood.
Have any questions regarding that? Call the
The 1-1 pitch. Fastball at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Fastball down and away. Nasty pitch by Gordon.
The 1-2 pitch. That one looked like it slipped out of his hand. Now Veritek's going to the mound. Let's pause for station identification. You're watching Red Sox baseball on the JCS New England Television Network.
Roll your IDs. Back in 10, 9, 8.
2-2 on Hasselman. Polonia at first. 1 out. 9th inning. 8-7 Boston. The runner goes. It's a check swing foul ball. It looked like Polonia had a good jump.
It also looked like Hasselman swung at that pitch because that's about the same one that was called a strike a couple of pitches ago.
That he didn't like. Polonia runs again. The pitch outside. Veritek's throw not in time. Polonia has his 2nd stolen base of the ball game, 3rd of the season in just 5 games with Detroit. And now a base hit could easily tie it up for the Tigers.
Now, one thing about a lot of closers is they don't have a real quick move to home plate. And a lot of times in these close ball games, obviously, a man with speed will try to take advantage of that.
Now the 3-2 to Hasselman. He struck him out with a breaking ball.
Number 9, the second baseman, Damian Easley.
Curveball this time from Tom Gordon to pick up the strikeout. A couple of breaking balls to Hasselman in that at bat. So Jimmy Williams pushing his infield back. Valentin wanted to know with Easley at the plate if he wanted him in or somewhere close to the bag, and pushed him way back, try to knock down that ground ball if there is one, keep it from getting through the infield.
Gordon will work next to Damian Easley, the number 3 hitter. He's 0 for 2. He's been hit by 2 pitches today and has scored a run. Last time up he struck out. Takes a breaking ball high for ball 1. Tying run at second. Easley the go-ahead run at the plate. Should he reach, Bobby Higginson would hit next. The 1-0. There's the strike, just a bit lower than the previous pitch. Usually look back at Chuck Merriweather, you wonder why he's not hacking away at those breaking balls that are about belt high. Outfield slightly around toward right. Nixon a little shallower than usual in right. And that one hit him. So that's the 3rd time today that Easley's been hit by a pitch, and they've all been just like that. If you weren't paying close attention, you wouldn't know that it hit him. It's like all 3 of them just barely grazed the uniform.
It's amazing. 3 times today, all on the same pitch. Fastball inside. They try to pick Easley inside.
Bobby Higginson.
Need to get him a tighter uniform.
He's not even going to have a bruise when this game's over.
He's been hit 3 times. That's big. Now he is the go-ahead run and a speedy runner at first base. Not great speed, but decent. Here's Higginson, the batter. He takes the ball inside. Higginson single to knock in a run in the 1st. Homered to lead off the 3rd. Lined softly to the second baseman in the 5th and struck out against Mark Guthrie last inning. 2 men on, 2 outs, 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball. Again, not a good sharp breaking ball. A little bit high. 2-0.
Looks like he's getting underneath that curveball a little bit instead of right on top how we normally see Gordon throw it.
Outfield plays Higginson to pull. It's the same way in the infield. He's a big hole on the left side of the infield. Valentin at home at 3rd. That's a breaking ball low. Now it's 3-0. Excellent numbers for Higginson against Gordon. No action in either bullpen. Gordon with saves yesterday and Saturday in Cleveland, both with the high wire act. Here we go again. 3-0 fastball. He takes a strike. The game on the line. Gordon's string of 53 straight saves on the line. That's the major league record. He's looking to add to it today. 3-1 pitch to Higginson. Strike 2 on the inside corner. And it all comes down to this pitch, and the fans are coming to their feet. The runners will be going with 2 outs. Polonia will be running from second and Easley from first. And then Gordon steps off, and now Varitek might as well be certain. And it all comes down to 1 pitch. Here's the payoff pitch with the runners going high and deep and foul in right. That had home run distance, but Higginson was out in front of it.
Earlier in the count, he wanted to try to put him away with curveballs, had trouble getting the curveball over. There's the fastball inside, and Higginson begging that ball to stay fair.
Now another 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit in the air in right center, not deep. Lewis makes the catch and the Red Sox win. Well, Gordon just keeps piling up save after save, but he sure is helping to drive up the average blood pressure around New England these last few days. Red Sox continue on a roll. They've won 4 straight. They've won 19 of their last 24. Final score today, Boston 8, Detroit 7. The totals and more from Fenway right after this.
One to nothing, 3 hits in 7 2/3. Still to come, Tony Saunders with our Harold Reynolds. Quite revealing, quite a brave young man. Stay with us, please.
At your New England Ford dealer, we're proud of our leadership claims, but the claims we value most come from our customers.
When the sun comes up, we're here. That's why we only drive Ford trucks.
Get an F-150 with an available Triton 5.4-liter V8 engine with the most torque and pulling power in its class.
They just plain work, or we don't.
The #1 selling truck on the planet, starting at just $15,390.
You want the toughest? This is it. We're proud to put our name on these trucks.
At your New England Ford dealer.
Dive into the last great frontier and emerge into a world of underwater ecstasy, where sound becomes void of substance and where freedom surrounds you under the waves of life as you know it. It's Dive Week on Modern Marvels, beginning May 24th on the History Channel.
Thank you for subscribing to Frontier Vision Cable.
Reds and the Marlins, 2-2, 6th inning. Reds turn to the bullpen, and Ray, their bullpen is an ERA of under 3, usually a safe bet.
Really have been, and Scott Williamson throws the ball really well, 96, 97 mile an hour. But here, Cliff Florie scores as Preston Wilson, who's been hot, and they take the lead.
2 runs in the inning, Ray. 4-2 now. The Reds are down. 8th inning, the Marlins go to their bullpen, which is an ERA of almost 5. Ryan Edmondson allowed a run against Eddie Fat Man and the Fat Taubensee. 2-run single to right. Cameron Swayze's home. Barry Larkin scores. And the Reds win it with a count of 6-4 after trailing 4-2 in the 8th. Larkin 3 for 3 with a walk and 2 RBIs. Hammonds had a solo home run for the Reds in the 9th inning. It was one of the most frightening sights in baseball Wednesday when Tampa Bay's Tony Saunders collapsed after breaking his arm on a routine pitch. His arm has been surgically set. He's now looking forward to next year, something very painful, literally and figuratively, when you talk about a baseball player looking to next year in May. Saunders was gracious enough to share his thoughts with our Harold Reynolds.
You know, for me, when I saw it, it made me sick. You know, just to see what I was going through out there. And you know, it's nothing like replaying it in your head. You're actually watching it and just watching what the pain that I was going through. And then I stopped really watching myself and I started looking at my teammates and, you know, just watching the expressions on their face, you know, just, you know, they wanted to help, but they didn't want to get too close. You know, they'd look and turn around.
You were saying that you felt it break before you threw the pitch?
Well, actually, I felt it as I was getting ready to come through before I released the ball. And, you know, that's how come I don't even know where the ball went. I didn't even see it released. And I guess if you watch it, you'll see right before I throw the ball, I'm already starting to look down.
What's going through your mind when you're down on the ground, you're screaming, and you want to look at your arm, but you don't want to look at your arm? What's going through your mind?
Fear, scared. You know, I didn't know what had happened. You know, I've thrown a pitch where I blew a ligament out of my elbow, you know, so I knew what that was like. I was able just to walk off the field. And actually, when I first did it, if you notice, I tried to walk. I was just going to walk off the field, but I think I took like 1 or 2 steps and I was down. There's just nothing. I mean, it took total control of my body. There's nothing I could do. And, you know, it's just, I was just scared. I didn't, you know, just to throw a baseball, that would happen. I never, you know, just a total surprise.
Let's talk about the mental things you're going through. What's it like getting through the night?
You know, for me, the hardest part is sleeping, you know. I think I've woken up 6 or 7 times from the pitch. I still see it. I still go through it. And, you know, it's just tough for me, you know, because to have everything end on one pitch, just the thought of it is so scary.
Has a thought crossed your mind that you may not get to pitch again?
No.
No doubt you will.
No, I'll pitch again. It's just a matter of getting over the mental part of it. You know, that's where I'm going to need help. And I know that. You know, you can be big and tough and say whatever you want, but when it comes down to it, that's going to be the hardest part for me, but I will pitch again.
Baseball Tonight is being brought to you by Holiday Inn Express, the smart choice for travelers who want to stay smart. And by Lennox, the heating and cooling specialist. Lennox, one less thing to worry about.
Mountain Dew, a smooth, one-of-a-kind blend of citrus flavors. Mountain Dew quenches your thirst like no other. One taste and you'll agree, it's dew-rific.
Drink Mountain Dew and you'll discover what's inside quenches like no other. A blend of citrus just for you, so smooth it goes down easy too.
Neato.
That's a classic.
Rust-resistant bodies, rock-solid frames, superior warranties, reliable ignition, and the best cooking systems on Earth. These are the beautiful grills, beautifully built by Charbroil. I
can almost taste it.
Charbroil. Friday.
Your home is your castle. A castle with cold spots direct from the South Pole. A bedroom hot enough to double as the engine room on a tramp steamer. An air so foul, it brings to mind a camel caravan. But that'll change when you call Lennox. We'll clean the air and make every room feel just the way you like it. Lennox, 6,000 dealers, over 100 years of service, one less thing to worry about.
Going, Going, Gone is brought to you by Holiday Inn Express, the smart choice for travelers who want to stay smart.
Baseball Tonight is a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, a part of the Go Network, go.com.
Who did some special holiday polling on Sunday? Well, McGuire in his last at-bat with 15, Vladimir Guerrero to pace that Expo sweep, Dorsal Finley with a pair in Arizona's sweep, Ray Langford with a pair in St. Louis's loss. Henry Rodriguez, a hot bat for the Cubs in their sweep. Canseco's 19th is tied Junior Griffey for the lead. Nomar 4 in 3 games for Boston in Cleveland. John got his Jaha's out as Oakland won. Mo Vaughn swinging a hot bat, his 13th for the Angels. American League. Now Tampa Bay rolling over Seattle. David Wells against his ex-mates, 0-2. Oakland hit double figures in beating Baltimore 11-5. The Red Sox sweep at Cleveland. Darryl Kyle, 3rd straight outstanding outing as Colorado beats Philadelphia 1-0. Arizona sweeps the Mets 10-1. Montreal sweeps the Giants 6-4. You're going anywhere on Memorial Day, drive safely and remember to fill up. It's hard to get a tow truck on a holiday. For Ray Knight, Peter Gammons, I'm...
Now on SportsCenter, milk, it does a body good. Can the Pacers outmuscle the Knicks in Game 1? Who will be the stars of Game 5 for the Avalanche? Oh, speaking of stars, it's the McGuire-Sosa showdown at Wrigley. But not everybody's happy about it.
I'm in a no-win situation.
In the tradition of Big Mac, Can Cy Young winners go long? Can Andre Agassi dethrone the King of France? Will Venus come crashing to Earth? Can Tony Stewart stay crash-free for 1,100 miles? We drop more than just knowledge on SportsCenter next.
Greetings, welcome to SportsCenter with Linda Cohn. I'm Dan Patrick.
Ahead on the show, maybe we should take Randy Johnson seriously when he talks about being a hitter. The biggest hitter, Mark McGwire, joins us for the Sunday conversation, but we begin at Indianapolis.
The racers before the Pacers, please. During the running of the Indy 500, no mention is made of miles per gallon, just miles per hour. In case you're curious, the gas tank in an Indy car holds 35 gallons, but your mileage may vary. Just ask Robbie Gordon. To the Brickyard we go. Arie Luyendyk, the pole sitter, focused on his last race. He led the race for the first 43 laps. 11th lap in the pits. Watch Robbie McGee's chief mechanic, Steve Freed. Jimmy Kite pulls out, makes contact with Jarrett Schroeder's car, upending Freed. Freed was taken to the hospital, where he is listed in critical but stable condition. Lap 120, Luyendyk back in the lead. Trying to lap Tice Carlson. Luyendyk gets pinned to the inside of the track, loses control of his car, hits the wall, and he's done. He promised his wife that he would retire, and he waves goodbye to the Indy 500. Kenny Breck has the lead. 43 laps to go. Robbie Gordon in 6th place. Gordon decides to pit before the other leaders. Gordon trying to stretch out his last tank of fuel. 7 laps to go. Gordon is in 1st, but Gordon is very concerned.
Your fuel is okay. We're okay. Don't worry about it. Drive, drive.
Gordon's crew says you got enough gas. 3 laps to go. He's still worried.
Gonna run out of fuel.
2 laps to go. His fears come true. Gordon has run out of gas.
No fuel, guys. Ran out of fuel.
With 1 lap to go, runs out of fuel and pulls into the pit. With Gordon out, Kenny Breck takes over 1st. Kenny Breck takes home the checkered flag, his first Indy 500 win. Gordon got refueled, too little, too late, finished 4th. Kenny Breck, the latest milk lover. Breck, who is the defending IRL champ, gave 4-time Indy winner A.J. Foyt his first victory as a team owner. Jeff Ward finished 2nd, followed by another Foyt driver, Billy Boat. Gordon, who ended up 4th, crashed during the Motorola 300 a day earlier in St. Louis. Following the race, Robbie Gordon described that sinking sensation.
Just had a funny feeling, you know. Just started watching the fuel, and I knew we had a better car than Kenny. I knew the Firestones were better than the Goodyears late in the race, and we kept pulling them.
I don't know what it means yet, but I've been practicing drinking milk all week, so maybe that was what did it.
Tice came down on me. I had to slow down so much, you know. He came down, but when he came down, he just backed out of the throttle so much. I wish he would have backed out of the throttle, you know, while he was still up high, so. But it's my fault, really. I'm the guy making the pass.
There's nothing you can do with broken steering. I mean, I don't even, you know, I feel bad right now. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You know, I hope everybody down there is okay, and, you know, I apologize to the families. I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, it's the most helpless feeling I've ever had.
Tony Stewart, who finished 9th, still had a few more left turns to complete Sunday. Will have the nightcap to his daily double later on during this SportsCenter. Linda.
The thing about Reggie Miller, according to Knicks coach Jeff Van Gundy, he's not afraid of the stage. Let's face it, the player who wrote the book, I Love Being the Enemy, has shown in his 12 seasons in the NBA, he's not afraid of anything. Said Reggie, there have to be some guys who wear the black hats. I just happen to relish in it. And there's nothing Miller relishes more than facing the hated Knicks in the playoffs. A playoff opponent he's averaged a Miller-high 25 points against. 5th time in the last 7 years these two teams are meeting in the postseason. There's Reggie. 4th quarter, just over 4 minutes left. Miller off the screen. 19 points to lead the Pacers. Would it be enough? Pacers were up by 2. Next Pacers possession, Jackson. 1 of 11 assists. Rick Smits, a 1 for 7 start, but he was 3 for 5 in the 4th. And Jeff Van Gundy watches his team, though, come back. They were down 4. They were down 5. 2:15 left. Patrick Ewing. 16 points, driving it by Smits. Knicks within 3. Now Larry Bird is concerned. The Pacers turn to Mark Jackson in the post. A weapon they thought, backing down Chris Childs, but the shot doesn't go. After the Knicks cut it to 1, next Pacers possession. Jackson again calls his own number. Jackson 1 for 8 from the field. Now Smits had fouled out. That was huge because Ewing takes advantage. Antonio Davis is going to get called right here for the foul. and Ewing would hit both to give the Knicks the lead. At the other end, tied at 88, Jackson misses his second. Antonio Davis fouls Ewing, going over his back on the board. Ewing back to the line. 6 points in the final 2 minutes for Patrick. 8 for 8 from the line. Shaq, are you paying attention? Knicks up 2. A chance for Reggie Miller. Houston and Ewing in his face. It doesn't go. Pacers 3 for 9 from three-point range. Reggie hoped for another shot. 6.4 ticks left. Pacers down 3. The Knicks didn't let Reggie get the ball. Mark Jackson, would he play hero? Not a chance. Even if it went, it would have been just a 2. The Knicks steal game 1 and home court advantage, winning by 3. Knicks sending the Pacers to their first loss of the postseason. Their first loss at Market Square, by the way, in the last 13 playoff games. For what it's worth, the winner of game 1 in the 4 previous playoff matchups between these two teams went on to win the series, a trend the Knicks hope will continue.
Finally, we realized, that we played together. When we played together, that's when we won games. And then at that point, we realized we had to do it on a consistent basis. And we could kind of catch ourselves within a game. And that's kind of, how we've been able to just try to keep getting better as a team.
There's been a lot of people who've been doubting us. And, we just seem to keep on fighting and keep on doing what we have to do to stay alive.
The Knicks become just the 3rd team in NBA history to win 3 straight road game 1s in a single playoff year. The 1989 Bulls were the last team to do it, losing to the eventual champion Pistons in the conference finals. And the 81 Rockets won 3 straight road game 1s before bowing out to the Celtics in the NBA Finals.
The Colorado-Dallas rivalry doesn't have the lather of, say, the Colorado-Detroit war, but it's starting to take on those military characteristics. As Game 4 hero Chris Drury put it, it's pretty much become a war out there. The Avs and Stars man their battle stations for Sunday's Game 5 in Dallas. Ed Belfour and his counterpart at the other end of the ice, Patrick Roy. A long day for both. Roy, in between the pipes, gets run over by Joe Nieuwendyk. Roy would be okay, which is easy for me to say. Penalty on Nieuwendyk. Craig Ludwig knocks down Game 4 hero, World Series hero Chris Drury, not once but twice. Later in the first, Avs on the power play, Mike Keane gets around Claude Lemieux, beats Roy with a shorthanded goal, tied at 1, Keane's 3rd of the playoffs. Same score still in the first. Brian Sprudlin's leg gets tangled up with Sean Podine near the Avs bench. Double minors assessed on both players. Playing Twister. 4-on-4. Sergei Zubov, Brett Hall starting the rush. Hall, Mike Modano, Daryl Sador on the doorstep. His 2nd goal of the playoffs. Great Stars passing, and I'd like to see it again. Hall to Modano, and then Daryl Sador right there. You always hit the trailer. Less than a minute to go in the first. Adam Deadmarsh leaves the puck for Sandy Ozelinch. Fakes out Belfour, tied at 2 at the end of 1. Ozelinch's 4th postseason goal. 3-2 Stars, early second. Drury banging, banging, banging. Bangs at home, tied at 3. His 5th playoff goal. 3rd period, 4-3 Avs. Peter Forsberg steps around Richard. Matt Tkachuk sets up Valerie Kaminsky. 5-3 Avs. Kaminsky's 2nd of the game. But wait, there's more. Stars on the power play. Modano, Brett Hall. Oh, one-timer. 5-4 Avs. Hall's 5th goal of the playoffs. Less than 2 minutes later, Pat Verbeek gets the puck behind the net. Wrap around. Is it good? Look at it. The puck is wedged under the padding of the net. Referee Stephen Walcom says it's a goal. Stars bench welcomes Walcom's call. Tied at 5. Joe Sakic, wrister, Drury, rebound. Puts the puck in, then puts himself in. 6-5 Avs. Belfour's down and out, letting that one in. Look at it again. Drury, great effort to reach for the puck, scoring while being leveled by Zubov. Avs go on to get an empty netter, win it 7-5. And the Avs take a 3-2 lead. Go figure this series. Well, that's part of the problem. You can't figure this series. Drury's 2nd straight game-winning goal, 4th overall in the playoffs. More on that in a moment. The Stars, who had overcome 5 third-period deficits in the postseason, couldn't do so Sunday. The Avs can eliminate the Stars with a win at home Tuesday night. Following the festivities of Game 5, Stars coach Ken Hitchcock says his team was its own worst enemy.
It's hard to fault both teams' effort, but there's some, like I say, some tired mistakes. And when you're going at each other as hard as you're going at each other, as we are right now, there's a lot of people that are pretty banged up. And the refs will do us good. Our players, we certainly feel like we can beat this team. And we're going to have to do it twice now, and they've got to beat us once.
Drew.
Look at this hanging moss with its slime and sickness. Like this proud society that builds a wall around itself and shuts out the world.
Marie, there's a world beyond that wall. The real world. A beautiful world.
Where trees touch the sky.
Yes, where trees touch the sky and they grow straight and tall and clean. Where life is reborn every moment, every day.
Not for me. Death follows me.
Only in the past. Only in the past. There's life ahead for you. For us. Without you, it would be empty for me.
Empty? But with your sons, the future you're building for them.
Until I came here, I thought my life was quite full. My sons were all I needed. But now I know, without you, it could never be complete. Come back with me. Be my wife. I love you.
Ben, I love you.
A little time we had together, your mother and I, here in the Ponderosa. From the time we were married until the time you were born. Until that day she came riding up to the house and fell.
Doctor's on his way, Paul. Oh, brother, I thought you was half dead.
Are you all right?
Yeah, sure, I'm all right. Take more than that fool horse to get rid of me.
Why does this always happen at the beginning of haying season?
Just plain lucky, I guess. Just plain lucky.
Tonight on PAX TV. When Amanda's cousin takes a deadly fall,
Something hit him, and I don't know what it was.
Doc Sloan must unfold the mystery behind his murder. But will solving this crime...
Now you're taking it too far, Mark.
Become a lethal dose for the good doctor? Diagnosis murder. Tonight on PAX TV. You're watching PAX TV, a friend of the family.
In the Brain, followed by Hysteria, and then the new Batman Superman adventures, all today here on Kids WB.
Gee, Ray, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Was just legendary.
The Hall of Fame flag in Cooperstown was lowered to half-staff today. The flags at Yankee Stadium also lowered to half-staff. Earlier today, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani proposed renaming Manhattan's West Side Highway, which runs along the Hudson River, Joe DiMaggio Highway. George Steinbrenner had planned on Joe DiMaggio doing what he did last year and in 1996 on opening day, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. Steinbrenner released a statement today saying, in part, it was the class and dignity with which he led his life that made him part of all of us. I will forever treasure the close friendship we shared over the years. Here's ESPN The Magazine's Tim Kirkchin on how some of the current Yankees took today's news.
In the glorious tradition of the Yankees, there is Babe Ruth, and then there is Joe DiMaggio. He played on 9 World